I probably made the terrible mistake of actually laying down and eating lunch during my lunch break. And so now, as a consequence, there is a reasonable chance I will not actually finish this expansion today, which probably shouldn't hurt as much as it does, but it totally does. Before I move forward, though, here we go. I've been thinking about that cutscene we just saw. I would like to argue a negative for it, and I swear I can go somewhere for it. But the problem is I can't argue a negative for it yet. So what we're going to do is we're going to see where it goes with it, right? If that makes any sense. Because if that cutscene is the final word on that particular conversation, then that's awful. To explain in extreme summary, I want you to imagine for a moment that there's a scene where someone walks up and says, "Hi," and then a puppy dies. The end. Like, that's the end of the cutscene, is the puppy dying. I've talked about this before. There's rules to fiction. It's why it's fiction and not reality. And as is, that cutscene actually broke those rules. Yeah, you get where I'm going with this, Blade Tomorrow. That cutscene felt bad. It felt ugly and gross. Now, that can work if they do something with it. That's, like I said, there's rules to fiction. In real life, that awful stuff just happens because it's real life. But in video games, in fiction in general, if something awful happens, there needs to be a reason. Doesn't have to be a big reason. Doesn't have to be... Like, every time I say that, some detractor, someone's like, "Not everything has to be a big sacrifice, lore." And those people are stupid for misunderstanding me completely. I said there has to be a reason, not the exact straw man reason you decided to construct in order to destroy my argument. Sorry, my tolerance is just not there right now. Miss RCL is refusing to take her meals. No matter what tactics we employ, we cannot simply get her to leave her chamber. I fear the best course of action is simply to leave her be. Yeah, I'd be... no joke, I'd be contemplating suicide if I was her. Hi, YouTube. Like, she and a small group of people have done unprecedented stuff to make a possible hope and future with the tree being replanted, with the dragon healed, and accessing the Serpentine Labyrinth and understanding the truth of what's going on. She's made great strides in actually fixing the situation. And her reward for that is a bunch of morons blaming the entire situation on her and insisting that she is an uncouth child who has no right to speak ill of them. That's discouraging. Point in fact, that might be the moment where someone, like if this was a D&D game or a campaign or whatever, the character in question, like if I'm playing Arciela, I would strongly consider bailing, just leaving the country. Y'all have fun with this. I did my part. Peace. Give heirloom necklace? Okay. Sure. He is cuteness incarnate. Not what I was thinking, but sure. Looking as woefully wretched as ever, I see. What brings... Yes? Not with a maggot like you. I heard the princess, and I heard about the princess, and I think it's plain pathetic. Where did the dignity and perseverance she showed in the drifts go? Arcella should know by now that life isn't all giggles and sunshine. She needs to treat this as a test of will. However, I understand how her emotions could get the best of her after all she's been through. She's a young and passionate idealist, yet has been ostracized by the council members. All while misfortune bombards her homeland from every direction. That's enough to take the wind out of anyone's sails. And that's where you might as well come in. Stop being a shigo on the wall and do something for once. Show her that she's not alone in the chaos. Make her heart burn with her. How has Ingrid turned into such an awesome character? This twat, who I literally beat up, by the way. Oh my god, no, that's it. It's the the FF14 is drifting in. I beat the sense into her. This task will be a daunting one to complete considering a mental state and that I could not. Cut me some slack. I know you were daft, but now I have to question whether you're even sentient. Let me spell it out for you. Give Arciella, are you following me? Something she likes. Talking with you has always leaving me drained. I'm gonna go before I catch whatever form of stupidity afflicts you. Yeah, we stabbed logic into her. She's still a dick. She hasn't stopped being a dick. God, what is all this garbage? Look at all this crap that's just clogging my inventory. Whatever. I love that. You traded her and she says, yes, this is what they were asking for. And then the next stop. Stop loitering in front of the castle or I'll gouge your eyes out. Okay, so now we go to the library. It also kind of ties into that idea of these people being fat, complacent politicians, Blade Deval. It is, I actually legitimately believe that most of these people, this one I think, especially Mr. Zealot, the worst one of the bunch, actually thinks that Arciella is just another politician. And it helps to emphasize how woefully, pointlessly outclassed they are, I guess is how I would phrase that. Like, this is almost an out-of-context problem for them. Because they have no idea what they're dealing with. In fact, they don't even know that they are dealing with something out of the ordinary. Like, I actually think you were quite correct, Bladewell. I think Jackass Face legitimately thinks this is just another power play and has no idea of the sheer level of the threat that's currently staring him down the nose. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if he thought the literal demon that just showed up in the room was that actually threw him around, by the way, was just more soft pageantry. So you wish to know if the princess has spent an inordinate amount of time combing through pages of a particular tome. You're referring to something other than a historical text, correct? Let's see. Aha! I think I know exactly the book for you. Hopefully this does not take long. Okay. I remember seeing her hastily shove this one into a completely separate shelf, so it must be a guilty pleasure of hers. I remember that one. Let me worry about the checkout process. You go to Arciella. Please give the princess my regards. Okay. Suffering... Oh my god, how do you say that? Sacchariferous. Sacchariferous, yeah. Hey, Judo Joker, and I will to go to. I mean, given the title, yeah, it's probably literally just a book filled with pictures of sweets. Or recipes for sweets. Mistress Arciella requests an audience with you. I wish you all the best. I was looking for some fan discussion about the characters here. I was actually specifically looking for discussion about Jackass Face, who I just mentioned. Instead, I found people comparing whether Arciella or Lillicet was more physically attractive. I believe the term more waifu material was used. I can't say anything. Every expansion has had a designated waifu, but like... After the council dispersed, people began flooding in. Each detailed how certain people involved in the 12 Wars had met with some grave misfortune, just like that lunatic jester predicted. Worst of all, Tiana was one of them. He made a promise when the World Tree was resurrected I wouldn't cry ever again, but I think I've already broken it. I'm sorry, I just couldn't take it anymore. The shock was too much for someone as weak as me. I thought I knew the jungle inside out, but I didn't know a thing about it. I can't even tell good from evil anymore because there's evil in me. I said some horrible things at the assembly, which weren't evil at all, but they weren't a way of calling attention to the problem. I truly meant them. Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you. 100%. They're children. They are children throwing tantrums because they think that will get them their way. They do not... A child does not understand what a gun is. All my life, they've called me a witch behind my back, but I've never felt it. Not until now. Those sprites risked their lives for me, but to tell you the truth, it was all in vain. I am not worth protecting. Because of me, Fermilla. It's only a matter of time before you fall to my curse, too. Get away while you still can. You're ridiculous. Yes, I am. None of this would have happened if I were stronger. Okay, this isn't the RCL I know. Fine, you did the best you could. Whatever. That's the thing, I didn't. All I did was foul things up. You are not alone. But if you stick by me, you'll surely... I don't... Look, I know I'm a level 1 adventurer. But... I think we're fine. I appreciate your kind words. Still, I can't help but think if only I died in the jungle back then. Yeah. Been there. Oh my god, we just slapped her. It took me a second to even understand what just happened. Of course, they can't animate it because we're a smuggler, right? So that makes sense. That... I mean, apparently that's all we do is beat sense into people. That is a terrible thing to say. I wonder, like, obviously this doesn't apply to this character, but like the FF14 character, the Warrior of Light, how lightly, like how much effort do you think it takes to slap someone without causing them any damage at all? This kind of a slap, right? The kind that's only intent is to get their attention, to physically snap them out of it, the pause moment, right? Just like that. And then we give her a hug, because we're not a monster. Let's go kill that stupid demon. How's that sound? That'll cheer you up. How can we believe anything that Raving Jester said? Even if you find him, he might not help at all. Yeah, okay. Or we could go find him and kill him, whether he helps or not. I mean, come on. Come on. I guess you're right. Plus, it's obvious that thing's involved with Melvin somehow. We're the only ones we can trust. No, the only ones who can do anything about this. Alright, I can't argue with this. According to Svenja, everyone who succumbed to the curse has exhibited the same inexplicable symptoms. It looks like they're dead at first glance, but the Order of Geniston speculates their soul's been removed. I noticed that, but well, of course she didn't mention a time frame. I can't imagine people would last long in that condition. We have to release Adolin from this terror as soon as possible. We've not a minute to spare. In the name of all we hold dear, I'll leave my doubts behind and dive into the heart of darkness. Will you take the plunge with me? Yeah. What? A gift? Yeah. I have a gift for you. These two droids. Of all the things to give me, you pick this? You're simply too good to me. You are truly an extraordinary person. At first I only thought it'd be funny if our paths crossed once more. I had no idea we'd be close at all. Sorry if I sounded cold, it's just I've never been able to expect much from anyone before. So I was glad when I saw you at the banquet. Once we were reunited, I thought maybe the wheels of something great had been set into motion. I would have been more... I mean, her head comes up to about my stomach. I would have been more acknowledging if it weren't in front of 11 of the most important figures of the city. But now I feel comfortable enough to say, thank you for all you've done for me. I've done living in fear of what could have been. Ignis? Rala Sepulchre, Balamor there. I mean, considering it's my FF14 character, who is me, he's probably in his 40s, just like I am. You don't want to know the answer to that, Mr. Ed, because I bet you do know the answer to that. I know my brother could barely get across what he wanted, but it sounded like Balamor's in the Founder's King tomb of the Marla Waterways. It's time to go kill the crap out of him. Yeah, if she was 38, okay. I would prefer her a little older, I'm not going to lie. But 38 is fine. That's in range. Okay, so I want to go to... here. Do you want to come with, Mr. Ed? You don't have to. I will never force you to play FF11. With one exception. I want you to be there for the picture tonight. Well, come to East 1. Yeah, at least Prish actually is in her 40s. Ah! I wish, Judo. Unfortunately, because I decided to go ahead and take a nap today, which I probably should have done. No, that would be the problem, Mr. Red. It's just slightly less creepy. Slightly. Like, I'm sorry. No. I'll take a Kamikawa, thank you very much. Or Kawakami. Or yeah, Lulu from FF10. And yes, she has great boobs, but that's not why. It's because of the fact she acts like the old mentor type. Plus, Prish has that Bronx accent. That's even better. Okay, so it looks like we're going... way down there. I'm not 100% sure how to get there, so let's be ready for the worst. High off the deep end. Yeah, Lulu is shockingly young. And yeah, Auron is also actually pretty young. No, I agree. I would never want to date Prish. Prish is that good friend I give a really tight hug to when she's down. You know what I mean? Absolutely, Russ. I mean, Goth Doctor Eh. And alcoholic reporter is, and this is important, alcoholic. Yeah, exactly, off the deep end. Like I said, Lulu acts older than she is. Like, quite a bit. Wonka kind of acts his age. I mean, they're all young. And that was supposed to be a plot point until the main writer completely ruined that. Off camera, even. Which is funny. Because that means that FF10 does not get a negative for that. Thoughts on the Avengers Doomsday trailer? I thought it was terrible. Anybody who knows me knows I am actually pretty critical of trailers in general. But one of the biggest reasons why is because there are companies that make trailers. And those companies suck at their jobs. They have been following the same formulas of trailer design for actual decades at this point in time. Whoop, 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 whoop. What? Hold up. Okay. Thanks, map, for... Hold on, hang on. Does this... Hang on, I'm gonna test something here really quick. Because I don't know what this is gonna do. Nothing. There's nothing here. Okay! Anyway, so most of the MCU trailers have actually been made by an in-house team. The Doomsday trailer was clearly not. It was a very bog-standard copy-paste, fill-in-the-blanks trailer. So that already made me go bleh. The entire trailer also constantly talked up the size of Doom's dick. And let me tell you, nothing will de-invest me more than having a bunch of characters talk about how super amazingly awesome some other character is. You want to establish Doom as super powerful? Fine. I'm not going to be with you, I'm going to be honest, but at least fine. But do it. Don't just have people be like, oh man, this guy is so amazing. You don't even know his dick. So big. Alright, so let's try going east first. Okay, good, we can go east. Yay. I mean, honestly, I'm actually with Blade Travell. Maybe it is because I am, you know, in my 40s. But the overwhelming majority of the characters in this game feel more like young sisters than waifus. People I care about, certainly. Where? But not like that. Yeah, I could see that, Reggie. As with everything, execution matters, but... Well, how many of you saw the Bourne movies? Now, I don't want to go too much down that rabbit hole, but in my opinion, each successive Bourne movie was worse than the previous ones. And one of the things the later Bourne movies had this really bad habit of doing is saying that, basically having a character, usually someone in an office, like What's-Her-Face, talking up how super amazingly, super incredibly awesome Bourne was. That's not how that's not how that works, right? That is not how you establish a character. It's the same problem. That didn't work, is the point. The first film did a pretty good job of almost casually demonstrating how awesome he was. Little stuff. Like him just slipping into another language in mid-sentence without really realizing it. So, after this, I need to kill enemies here in general. Apparently, waterway pugils and new moon bats have a higher drop rate. But I'm looking for a quest item, so you can't farm ahead of me. I'm not sure where the boss is. Give me a second. The augural conveyor at B6 is where the boss is. Ow! If you want to head there. This is the Founder King's Sepulchre. What's this? I think Orithene is reacting to the monument at the center. I didn't expect you to get here so easily. I figured no one would find me blending into the backdrop, but it looks like you pulled back the drape on my ruse. Balamor. What's wrong, pretty princess? You've come down with a terrible case of mean face since last we met. Oh, I won't be reciting any paeans either, thanks to your arrival. This wasn't in the script at all. I made it so you'd have to struggle mightily through each act and then break a leg, literally. I suppose you managed to get here because of that boy. Exactly. I'm not alone in this fight anymore. That's how I know we'll beat you. My mistake. I typecast you as a delicate flower. But we'll see how well you audition for the role of the stalwart crusader. Things are finally starting to get interesting. I think I've taken a liking to you two. Though the waterways have many intriguing sights, I'd say this guy right here gets top bill. Once the forces here could reverse completely, that's when the show will really start. What are you babbling about? That would be funny, though, Tom. Never mind. Sometimes you just can't wait for opening night. The director never said I couldn't interact with members of the audience. You don't mind joining me on stage for a bit, do you? Oh, then it's decided. We'll have the best time ever. At first glance, this looks like an old doll rummaged from a musty old attic chest, but when I do this, if you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. What a twist! Now she has a whole supporting cast. As an aside, you know that collecting statue parts has gotten popular lately, right? The whole thing was my idea. What are they called? Otherworldly skedaddles? I don't know. Making them was just a passing fancy, but let's relive fond memories. I don't want to bore myself to death waiting for you to slog through everything. I know. I'll pull some strings and make it one act long. On that note, let's end this game of hide-and-seek and embark on a scavenger hunt. Ready, set, go! I had them possess a bunch of different monsters through the waterways. When you're done slaying beasts and getting parts, look for the Black Twitherum and to enter my theater of war. Enjoy the show. Oh, and don't let me down. Looks like we have no choice but go chasing after the simulacra. Okay. Now to kill stuff. B6, by the way. Which, yeah, is like way up there. In fact, that is almost literally the opposite end of the place. So I'm going to kind of slow-mode my way over there while killing things. Worst Marvel movie I've ever seen. I still need the drop. Yeah, honestly, Electra is one of the ones I'm considering. The thing is, I never actually saw Fanforstic. I never saw Madam Web. I never actually saw Morbius. There's several at the bottom that I'm not really familiar with. I have seen Electra. Oh, there it is. Got the item. Wow, that was fast. Hi, Mr. Floyd. Hi, Dr. Winter. So, yeah, I think I'm gonna go with... I think I'm gonna go with Electra, of the ones I've actually seen. I hated Strange 2. I did, but it wasn't as bad as the worst. Like, the worst are pretty far down there. Yeah, Strange 2 was the zombie one, which was just terrible, honestly. Like, I never saw the terrible Captain America movie either. The one I don't remember the name of. You are not alone in that, Brigham. Brave New World? No. Actually, I'm not sure it had a subtitle. The ideal stopping point for the MCU? Honestly, Endgame. Let me be very clear. There are good MCU films after Endgame, but from that point on, you're using the walkthrough. You know what I mean? No, the one I'm thinking of, Dr. Winter, was in the 90s, or maybe 80s, actually. It was really bad, but I've only seen snippets. I never actually sat down and watched it. See, that's the asterisk there, Ross, but the thing is, Far From Home is an epilogue, but it's also the beginning of the next part and leads immediately to the next Spider-Man film and several other related films, and that's less clean. Like I said, if you want to keep going after Endgame, then you need a walkthrough. I think that's the simplest way to describe that. And hell, you might not even agree with the common consensus on several. You might actually like Strange 2. Weirdo. I hated Strange 2 so much. Strange 2 actually is the specific film that broke me of the MCU. Like, I had been kind of off and on following them. And, like, either watching them at home or watching them in the theaters if it looked particularly interesting. And that one was just... I'm good. It had one good scene. I will acquiesce. That scene was really good. Yeah, I've heard good things about Thunderbolt. Haven't seen it. Like I said, I fell off pretty hard. The worst part is I kind of don't care, if that makes any sense. Like, I don't feel bad about falling off. Someday, some year, if I ever have spare time, I might go back and rewatch some of them, but... Shrug? And yeah, Shang-Chi and the Ten Rings was apparently pretty decent. But, yeah. Okay, so I believe this is a spawner? Hello? Oh, maybe not. It's a battlefield, okay. What's that, Mr. Red? Oh, you know what? I could see that, yeah. And the FOV is screwing with it, yeah. Yeah, I could see that. No, I agree, Mr. Ed. That is, in fact, the definition of a graphics negative. So normally I'd focus fire the boss, but we're in real territory, so I'm gonna go after some ads here. Yeah, I'm at half health already. Thank you, healer. Holy God. Healer, keep doing your job, please. I just did no damage with Savage Blade. What the crap? Game? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. God damn it. And now the minions are doing nothing because I haven't... There we go. Heal me. Thank you. God damn it. That's going to start being more irritating. See, the minions don't heal if they're not engaged, and they're not engaged unless you're actively targeting and attacking something. Just had to re-engage for the third time now in the same encounter. God, this game. A little low on mana there. Our healer's basically tapped, it looks like. But that's all the trash. Okay, well, I'm held, and therefore can't engage, which means the bots are just going to stand there doing nothing. So... I'll be there in about 24 seconds. There's literally nothing I can do. There's literally nothing I can do. This is why the AI of the bots is so terrible, by the way. They will not engage anything you have not already attacked. And I couldn't attack him because I was rooted. So they all just stood there and watched. Wow. I'm rooted again, by the way. I cannot res him, and I'm pretty sure the bots lack the ability to. There is combat resing, I think. Pretty sure. Don't actually quote me on that. Yeah, the problem was Mr. Ed's healers were currently idle. Good God. That was actually irritating. Not hard, irritating. Mr. Ed was like, heal me! And the healer was like... To think I, the great Balamor, would be upstaged by 2 understudies. I won't sit back and let you poke holes in my plot. Wait. Ah, my muse has struck. Who knew this power was holding me back the whole time? So this is the true curse. Oh, director, you're such a character. Although this bodes really badly for the future. Holy crap. Arciel, you're like a child who wanders in the middle of a production and distracts the audience with stupid questions. There's nothing more maddening than listening to someone ask a question they already know the answer to. Why don't you answer it for me? Who is your master? Hades. Now, give the adventurer a round of applause for knowing the obvious. Hades is my master indeed. It all makes sense now. See, not an ounce of surprise. How utterly boring. I think it's time I gave this role the hook. But wait. I think I know how to add some conflict to this otherwise stilted script. Yes, Balamor, you're a dramatic genius who's ahead of his time. Maybe this? Is this it? Oh, there it is. Now for something completely different. Pain, pain, go away. Come again another day. And that's a wrap. Wouldn't be any fun if I explained it now, would it? Let's just say I returned something to its rightful place. All I can do now is wait for time to tell. Anyways, my days as a member of the Troop of Terror are over. It was a pleasure doing battle with you, but from now on I'll be watching this Grand Guignon go up in flames from the gallery. How about removing the curse like you promised? Oh yeah, I forgot the curse. I never said I'd remove it. Why so serious? It's just a harmless jape. Of course I'll help you out. After all, the higher you prop them up, the harder they fall. If I robbed the people of hope, no one would despair when the world comes crashing down. Leave some scraps of hope, however, and the populace fights over them like mongrels. I can hardly contain myself thinking what face you'll make when you hear this. But listen carefully. I only give stage directions once. To remove the curse, you have to dethrone Hades. And to think you beat out all the other contenders for this coveted part, you must be so proud. Will our 2 intrepid explorers be able to overthrow the unhallowed king? Will someone else steal their limelight before they even reach Razkanzar Turas? I know I'll have a lorgnette squished to my face in anticipation. There's a tower within the deepest part of what you call the Serpentine Labyrinth. It is there the master resides. And those who heeded his call and swore allegiance to his cause will soon awaken. The stage is set, the crowd is gathered. If you're gonna die, you might as well make a spectacle of it. I know I'll shiver with joy at every cry of pain and crunch of bone. However, if you do manage to triumph, it'll be nothing short of Deus Ex Machina. Either way, it should be a performance of a lifetime. I can't wait to see how it plays out. Enjoy your intermission while it lasts. I have to take down Melvin. Or should I say Hades? Whatever it is now, how can we succeed when even the Founder King failed? Yeah, we don't even know what Hades is still, and I have this really awful feeling we never will. You're right, we can't give up. You've always been there to point me in the right direction. Promised I'd stop brooding, and it's high time I practiced what I preached. The subterranean sovereign wants to seal himself away when we're through with him. And now we bail. Bye! Okay. Oh, yes, the graphics negative. Give that one too. Yeah, we're just chilling. We finally found some good popcorn. You've got to be kidding me. No! You've got to be kidding me. Not only are we waiting a day, it's the very beginning of the day, so we're waiting a whole freaking day. If we hadn't been delayed by that freaking fight, we probably would have made that in time. That's almost a full hour now. Anyway, she gives us an upgraded necklace, which is this one. Yes. And there's nothing I can do about that. That's just... No, I have nothing to do in ESO right now. That's the best part. Either there's another game day wait. Looks like only one, but still. I can't believe that. Just... The time is upon us, August, you misguided halfwit. Soon everything you struggled so long and hard to protect. Everyone whose soul has been consumed by darkness, I will free from the shackles of fate. How will I achieve this feat? Why, through death, of course. 'Cause I'm evil, see. So wait a day. Good, Bladenville. Forgive me for my ire, but for Christ's sakes, I can't believe this. I can't believe this. Okay. Where am I at in Rhapsodies? Let's reconnoiter a bit here. Should be somewhere around here. So let's switch gears a little bit. Negative worthy. Yeah, negatives 326 through 339 are all wait-a-day negatives. Every one of them. Honestly, yeah, like Javal. I'm just... That is so spitting in my face. Like, I made the foolish decision to actually lay down and recoup, thinking I was being responsible. Now I gotta wait an hour before I can keep playing the video game. So I've effectively lost 2 hours of my shift now. Volto Oscuro. I believe that I know where that is. Yep, right here. Yep, here we are. Yep, going to Nord to talk to Gilgamesh. It's just... somehow, it never stops getting worse, Mr. Rip. Yeah, I've actually given this negative to a very small number of single-player games as well. Where the hell am I going? Yeah, Spiritfarer had this issue. Dragon Age Inquisition had this issue. I can't think of its name. Enderal, that's it. Enderal had this issue. It took me a second. But for those of you not aware, Enderal is a mod, a very extensive mod of Skyrim, which is basically its own game. And it has mandatory waits and no way to pass time, reasonably speaking. So that's exactly as frustrating as that sounds. And yeah, it's a non-stop aggravation, exactly. Like, I cannot believe how many day waits there are in this freaking game. Yeah, Cyberpunk had this problem too, I remember. One of many reasons I was not a fan of the gameplay of that game. So hey, here we are back in Zillard all of a sudden. Deja vu. You can tell because it's a cave made of poo. Seriously, Ars Bruce. Zeed here told me about how you resolved our little problem. It concerns me Iroha wasn't the only one who came from the future. Perhaps she'd be able to answer some of our questions. If she were still here. Well, I mean, okay, to use a specific terminology, Oblivion doesn't get this negative, right? Even though Oblivion has tons of stuff that requires a day wait, or only happens at certain hours of the day, or only happens at a certain week, or whatever. You know why it doesn't get that negative? Because there's a wait button. Because you could just hit T, I think it is, and say wait till 3 p.m. wherever you're standing. Anyways, Aldo may have found us someone who could help anyways. Isn't that right? I managed to find someone familiar with God, whatever that word is. Have you made the acquaintance of one known as Tenzin? Yeah. I see, then I scarce need to remind you he is a warrior hailing from the Far East. Some time ago he appeared in Juneau to appeal for the Duke Vicarious about some emptiness threatening to consume his homeland. The emptiness thing is surely has some connection to the future Iroha was on about. Indeed, remember, that siren mentioned a future without time? But back to Tenzin, where is he? Word is he's concluded his business here and returned to his homeland. I'm having my men put out feelers. Good work, I'll see what I can find out. Succeed in finding him. Wait a day! I'm actually kidding. That'd be funny though, wouldn't it? In the interim, I'll keep learning what I can about our imposter. He's a bit of a trifle from Juneau. Maybe it'll help you find answers. Answers we need now more than ever. Okay, so now I use the door several times. Gilgamesh, I'm afraid the rumors are true. Another rift split the ground in Mizero Coast in twain. It's the same deal as Kufim. This place Delani keep referring to as Esha. Damned ambassador of the void. He better not show his face around Nord. Let's right to Davy Jones's locker with him. Oh, if it isn't Lore Runner, our friend from the Far East dropped by to pay his regards. By the way, if you're wondering why this cutscene acts like time has passed, so you're supposed to do the previous cutscene and then Promathia 5-2, And then we'll see another cutscene, and then you do Promathia 7.5, and then another cutscene, and then Promathia 8.1. You get it. Each of these cutscenes has a requirement of another quest from another expansion. So these are designed, as I've pointed out a few times, for you to go do Promathia while doing all the other stuff, which we didn't do. I'll be brief. Word has reached me that a priestess had cause to step foot in the Middlelands, and I came to pay my respects. Yet I arrive only to find she's gone missing. I don't suppose you bumped into Aroha. Such a magnificent name, and I trust with a character to match. You know anything about her? Because she sure threw us for a loop. I have extensively questioned those at the Sanctorium, but to a man they shook their heads at each inquiry. Of course, if your story is true and she's not yet been born, then such a conclusion is foregone. Lord Lorerunner. I prefer Lord Runner, thank you. Permit me to examine the orb she bequeathed to you. Sure. Intriguing. It bears the mark of the Sanctorium. What in places? Calm yourself, she was our guest. I'm at our board. This orb connects the bearer to the Mother Crystal. Mayhap it will display its true form onto those who open their hearts to it. Hey, Prish. Delkfut Tower. Delkfut Tower continues to suck. Ah, you look confused. My companion is intimately connected with the outlying isle that Sanctorium calls home. Her assertion that the orb is authentic is proof enough. As such, I'm inclined to believe this Aroha's story about being from the future. Gotta admit, when I saw that little lady flopping about in that rickety vessel, I wondered if the brine had clogged up that skull of hers. But then we learned she wasn't the only one from the future. Then there were others. None of the Far East bear ill will towards the priests of the Sanctorum, and only the purest chosen by the Emperor allowed to alight themselves in the isle housing the Sanctorum, for it was created by the gods themselves. Any who would lift a blade in anger against such souls are unworthy of being called human. Then it should not surprise you to learn that our foe wasn't human at all. Darkness is at his beck and call, and he can create entire worlds devoid of color. I see. And I must meet with Lady Aroha and find the sinister force that came after her. Where should I begin my search? I just saw Prish. Ah, the orb showed you a vision. And it implored you to return to Delkfut Tower. That's all the clues we need. I should report back anything I'm able to find. I think it's best you cast your lot with Tenzin. Maybe he'll be able to figure out how to save the future when he gets meeting with Aroha. That's what my guts tell me, anyway. Pirate's intuition is never wrong, yarr. Okay, I think we're good, but I'm going to use the door one more time, just in case. Yep, okay, we're good. Yeah, Mad Overlord is up to 150 streams consecutive, which is kind of impossible. I'm not sure how it's counting that. You know, I did have to take that non-dark recently. Okay. Where am I going? To Lower Delkfut Tower. Let's see, I have it, right? Literally the last option on the list. Master. Oh my god, Aroha. Stop calling me Master, first of all. It's nothing. I needed a few days of respite. I pray it was the orb that led you here. For a brief moment I feared we would not meet again in this world. I have learned all the energies of the Mother Crystals converge on this very tower. That's why I have come, to see if we might be able to borrow a fraction so we might set things right. The crystal murmured something to me, the chains of Promathia. Master, another path was laid before you, and as you walked it, you encountered one who would shape your future. There's but one last step you must take to bring light to this orb. It did not show you a particular person who guided you here. Yes, I must do the Chains of Promathia expansion. By Square Enix in Final Fantasy XI Online. It does not surprise me what showed you, Prish. Oft would you speak to me of the adventures the two of you shared. The orb does not without just cause. You must seek her out and let the winds of fate blow where they may. I'd like you to meet Tenzin. You wish me for me to meet a man named Tenzin from the Far East? You should not be so taken aback. It's only natural for my path to cross with his in this era. Of course, I am intimately familiar with Sir Tenzin. He is the one who insisted I train under you and learn all I can. So it shall be. Although I'd hope to give my regards to Prish in person first, but maybe you're right. Meeting with Sir Tenzin is paramount. This leaves me with one question. Where can I meet him? Do you know? Stands to reason he would visit the fabled city. Let us rendezvous in Relude Gardens. Depends, Mr. Floyd, and that really is my answer. I'm not trying to hedge, it's just that it's so in the air. Keep in mind, our Cataclysm run was 100-something hours. And that was with dragon flying. You know what I mean? I am not going to say outright no. That's about as much as you're going to get from me right now. Yeah, kind of a wait-and-see situation. It's a nice way to make sure that I remember to come back to that point, Mr. Red. Nice, big, obvious visual indicator. My inventory is almost full. Can I dump any of this? What is this? Can I dump that? Can I dump that? Can I dump everything? Just everything. Everything. Don't be hasty, Master Mariana. Vendors exist in this game? I'm barely joking. I don't think I've interacted with a single vendor this entire game. Not counting, like, Moogles. Lord Lorerunner, you know what it means for me to stand before you here. I must confess to stationing one of my agents around the area after a soiree in Norg. It was not for nefarious purpose, I assure you. It was merely to gather what information I could about the destruction of the future. As I implied earlier, the emptiness is almost certainly the cause of Iroha's claims. Lord Lorerunner, the emptiness ceased to encroach when Prish and her companion, including me, toppled Promathia. By the way, also including you. Something horrific must have happened for it to rear its head once more. I would ask Iroha to tell me what she knows. And there she is. Forgive me for keeping you waiting, Master. Sir Tenzin, the pleasure is mine. I'm so glad to see you again. Again? Ah, of course. I mean to say you have met me in the future. You're the very reason I'm able to stand here today. My tears flowed like rain last we parted. You mean to tell me I was swallowed up by the emptiness? Not just you, everyone. By the way, is she our waifu of this expansion? I'm just wondering. Because that just hits the gamut, right? She's even our apprentice. And yeah, every expansion has an expansion girl, which drifts a little. Once again, speaking personally, Iroha fits better the little sister vibe than anything else. Not the least of it because she's literally our apprentice, but anyways. I thought myself better prepared for this, so such a future does come to pass. The question that remains is why? Has some nefarious new force arisen to force open the gates of paradise? Or is there another threatening to absorb the power of the crystals for its own vile ends? And neither you nor Master shared with me the particulars. Strife descended on us but an instant. Umbral energies radiated from the crystal, and the world was wrapped in gloom before we had a chance to draw breath. I mean, we were obliterated into the darkness without knowing why. Or was there a reason we couldn't tell you? I fear the plot will continue to thicken. There's only one thing to do. We must protect our world, Lord Lorwyn, Lady Iroha. The future is ours for the taking, and I swear to fight until I've drawn my last breath. Okay, I don't want to sound negative, but I've noticed this as we go. Rhapsodies is not as well written as Adolin is. Your passion has brought new life into the Order. Would that it were sufficient, but the light remains ever pale. You have yet to meet Lady Prish, correct? Master, when you recounted tales of your exploits, Lady Prish was a prominent figure. You oft-waxed lyrical about her prowess beyond compare. Maybe we should call her back to Juno. Permit me to seek her out and lead her to the port. Our next destination is clear to us. To be clear, I'm not accusing Rhapsodies of having a bad dialogue. It's just, when you've been playing something that's S tier in terms of dialogue, shifting down even to something like A tier is noticeable. You know what I mean? Master, the fire in Sir Tenzin's heart is evident. You must meet with Prish without delay. I must confess the only reason I'm standing here today is to aid you. And it's because I received a benevolent puissance when you and Sir Tenzin visited me in the ultimate conflict. I mean, wow, Mr. Floyd. I must reiterate, I do not exist in this era. My presence has caused the fate of Wheel to spin, and I fear it might not come to rest at an advantageous position. Yet should you remain unflinching as you tackle this most arduous of journeys, perhaps my appearance here matters not, and you will be able to lead us to a brighter future. I will head to the port while you search for Lady Prish. I like her armor too, by the way. So, real quick, when did Rhapsodies come out? Please let me rest here until we meet Lady Prish. Hey, Blade, Torval, is there a vendor in southern Sandoria? I only need one. So, that looks like all 2015 for Rhapsodies. Okay, Stall's just north of me. Got it. Hey, Valerian. $2015. Okay, yeah, that tracks. I think Blade to Ball's right. And you know why? Heavensward was coming out in 2015. Heavensward itself launched on June. And the patches continued until 2017, apparently. God, that was a long one. But you get my point, right? It would not surprise me if the primary writing/localization team shifted over to FF14, because Heavensward, while it does have several issues, was very well written. I think that's one of the reasons it's so memorable for so many people. In fact, now that I'm saying that out loud, I would not be surprised if that is literally the same team, because Heavensward and Adeline have a lot of similarities in writing style. Similar fingerprints, if you will. Okay. Why is it not selling it? Yes, yes. You're good, Valerian. Oh, I remember Magister. I remember all the content droughts over there. I've been there for all of them. Okay, so real quick, do I care about any of this stuff, Blade to Ball? Meteorite, iron ore, mithril ore, silver ore, gold ore, orichalcum, platinum beast coin, insect wing, pugil scales, crab shell, bat wing, bat fang, fiend blood, red, I'll keep the roses, wind fruit, all this crap. Shivite, Fenrite, faithful stuff, visages, Eudaman ring. Ah! Why does it default to no? This makes this so much more frustrating to do. You're funny, Magister. What do you think this is, FF6? Get out of my inventory. Get out of my inventory. God, just then let me do it. Let me sell it. Let me sell it, game. Oh, I hate you so much. I hate you so much. Okay. I just want to punch this game until the blood stops coming out. Okay, that's probably as good as that's getting for me. Double checking there. Bunch of earrings I don't want to touch because I don't trust doing that. What is a baled? What is an HP high purity baled? What is that? Yeah, I'm thinking Mr. Red is like auto-vetoed. Like, I'm gonna add a new thing to the forbidden list. Anything suggested by Mr. Red. Retroactively. Yeah, those people are very stupid, Mr. Floyd. To be extremely blunt about that. This is not Port Juno. This is Port Sandoria. Because I can read. Actually, yeah, Bregman. Yeah, so far Microsoft hasn't touched Blizzard, knock on. They nuked almost the entire China team, did you see that? I've been paying very, very, very careful attention to what Microsoft has been doing to Blizzard. And the only thing they've done so far is completely destroy the Chinese team. That's a really weird choice, by the way, because they were making bank over there. So I don't know what the hell they were thinking. Anyways, you should have heard Tenzin prattle on. Dying world this, dark future that, is all I could do not to smack him in the kisser. Figured the old fart was trying to pull the wool over my eyes. Come on, even if the world really were in danger, all it would take is a quick few shakes of my fist. Everything would be right as rain. I mean, seriously. Right? Of course. Lady Prish, it is good to see your usual young, chipper self. Of course I am. Give me a break. You keep spewing a load of crap about the end of the world. How else am I supposed to react? I already put a lid on that messy business. Nothing left to worry about. Unfortunately, though, Iroha can see the grand picture. There are many details that escape her. The one most familiar with the situation is he who came after her. This ambassador from the Void guy, yeah. I've half a mind to rip that mask from his scrawny little neck and expose him for the sham he is. Would that our paths had crossed, but I know only his name. And that Lord Lorerunner and Lady Iroha sparred with him. And? Did you pop up a new one? I barely broke a sweat. That's the Lorerunner I know and love. Hang on, you didn't actually smack him, did you? You can't fool me. My fingers start to twitch when someone's trying to finagle their way out of the truth. There's no time for nonsense. That man can call forth voids at will. Wait, there's something desperately wrong. Eh? There's no need for concern, Lady Frisch. The same thing happened earlier. The orb filling with light. Am I just stealing everyone's light? Oh my god, I'm turning into Sora. The damn thing was trying to rip my soul from my body. Lady Frisch, I assure you, no such thing would occur again. As long as I'm still in one piece, I couldn't give a flying fig. Let's track back a minute or two where we can find this Iroha of yours. She had promised to be here. Do you suppose something happened to her? So you're saying she let it hurtle? That can't be good. The priestess's calling is to remain sheltered at her cloister and pray to the gods. And now she might be lost in this most bustling of towns. I must find her! I should probably head off to find her, too. Maybe she made her way to look. But Olmia, my one true love. My true FF11 waifu. What the hell is that? Look at this helmet. Look at it. Look at it! I mean, I've given the theory before that the people who are actually really, I mean, really pushing the AI stuff are not right in the head. So, wouldn't surprise me, Bragan. You know, I don't want to sound negative, but you know another thing that walking around Adeline has taught me? That vanilla looks so much worse. Really taking just this screen right here. Just taking this shot, like right here, right? It looks like it's carved. You can see the geometry, but it looks like it's carved from a single piece of granite. Dull, Blurry stone. A grass comparison. Well... I should, though. You're right. I should. As soon as I do this cutscene. Coins often loose lips at taverns and markets, but to turn up empty-handed, where could she have gone? It's the evil one. It actually is. Oh, wow, okay. Oh, hey, we're doing these things again. Stand strong. Oh god, what happened to me? Back, Cur. You came from Iroha's future. I know not why you seek to spread the emptiness, but you'll have to get through my blade first. I cannot be destroyed. Let the darkness fill thy soul. There is no other way. The reckoning is at hand. And you, Tenzin, will lead them there. Lady Iroha! Iroha, come back to us. The ambassador shall not go unpunished. He took it. He took it from me. Took what? The blessing. Phoenix's blessing. No! And we lost Iroha again. God damn it. Stop going back to the future. Da da da. Da 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 da. It's also by my own Phoenix Blade, which once contained a similar power. When I first laid eyes on the girl, a small fraction of Phoenix's essence was transfused in this cold steel. The only one blessed by the Phoenix could sense it. If my blade was one of Miss Phoenix's feathers, then Iroha herself is its wings. Once whole, Phoenix's life force will be without peer. Not even the greatest of darkness can overcome it. No, even the emptiness would fully succumb. But if part of Phoenix's puissance lies in Celsius, then how? Seeing what happened to Iroha, knowing what my blade has told me, there's only one logical conclusion. We must wrest Phoenix's blessing back from the Ambassador of the Void. Let's do it! Because, why not? Phoenix Blade, guide us in these bleak times. Why are you two standing here having a tea party? My fist's aching for a workout. You know why? Because I laid eyes on that creepy masked man. Kept yammering about being surprised, cross paths again. I haven't changed at all, but I've never seen that worthless piece of trash in my life. The masked man, tell us, where did he go? I don't know, but he muttered something about an astral candescence. I'll give him a couple of good chops next time he shows his face around here. I would have done it this time, but he was in his talking action, and those are free actions. Astral candescence, the name is not altogether unfamiliar. It is a special type of instrument found in the land of Otorgon. For years I've been aching to study one, but never had a chance to visit the Empire. What now? What's that? Can you eat it? Lorunner, we must go to the treasures of Otorgon! I got a couple errands to take care of here. Let's save me a piece of that masked bugger for later. Something off about that guy, but I can't place my finger on it. Yeah, it's us. It's us from the future, isn't it? Don't answer that. I actually suspected that earlier, but now that we're kind of actually getting Rhapsodies of it, it's like, yeah. Alright, what's the time? Oh my god, it still hasn't been a day! Okay. Grass! Grass. Yes! Yes! Don't worry, I have the perfect grass in mind. I really do. So, someone in chat, Matt Overlord, said that grass is a perfect graphic and design comparison tool. And I think I completely accidentally stumbled into that. Because I completely agree. Grass is the kind of thing that most people don't even think about when it comes to designing. And this shows in a lot of games. Hi, Sean. Because a lot of games just have green or repeated textures or repeated patterns, and then they walk away from it. This is how you can separate the games that really try from the ones that don't know what they're doing from the ones that don't. For example, I like how I immediately see like this moss fungus on the ground. Look at this. Look at this. Behold, grass. It's, you can tell that there's an effort being put into it here, but a combination of the resolution and the total lack of anything that makes good grass just makes this flop. At least there's like these things over here. That's something. I'll give something to that. But like, look at how bad this looks. I'm sorry, normally I like to go into more detail than that, but for the love of God, look at how bad this looks. It looks like someone spray painted the area with green. Just straight up, just... And they didn't, like, properly mow the lawn. And that's kind of it. There's your grass. So there's your vanilla grass. It is still better than Secret of the Stars. That's not actually a joke. Secret of the Stars is still bottom of the frickin' barrel in terms of visual design. It's shocking how bad that looks. But anyways, I'm going to poke my head out briefly, because I actually don't remember what the terrain looks like out here. No, that's what I thought. So, yeah, okay, same general vibe, right? Like, at least there's some underbrush, a little bit of doodadding, but at best, I would call this a negative. Which makes sense, because I have actually given this a negative already. It is not good. But it is merely not good, right? Like we go down from here, right? So take that in, soak it. Soak it. Just kind of eat the grass, you know, just kind of osmose the grass into your brain for a second. Just take it in, take it in. Now give me a second to get to something a little bit more modern. Unfortunately, because this is FF11, even a basic comparison like this is going to take me a hot minute. You can see, like, the moss that's growing on the rock. That's something. It counts. What? Person's getting in the way of my crystal. Okay, Sanctuary of Zeta. Where the hell is that? I think I'm being lied to. So we're gonna go here instead. So we actually talked about this when we were here. This is noticeably better, but a lot of that comes to the execution. You'll notice that's the same freaking texture. The difference is there's a lot more of the doodadding to help stretch it out. And we actually have a slightly different texture over here with the vines. And we've got some flowers. So flowers plus vines plus better doodads equals better grass. Even though it's still using the same spray-painted ground, right? Once again, better. Not great. I don't want to overpraise, but at least it actually has reached the point of looking like a patch of grass. Okay. Doing good. Oh, I can't go over the edge. Damn it. Let's scooch ahead a little bit further. Let's see. Let's go to... I don't remember any of these places. That would be horrible, Valerian. Meadow. Meadow. I don't have a meadow. The coast, sure, whatever. So what we see here is the same texture. No, it's slightly different. See that? There's little outcroppings of rock and sand occasionally. So it's a slightly different and more detailed texture. It's less blur. It looks less like a green spray paint and more like a blurry grass texture. And yeah, once again, we have actually smaller tufts of grass, which kind of works a little bit better. Some dirt. A little bush over here. Yeah, no, I think, once again, this is like a singular, but a step up from what we just saw in Zillert. And we see how they are improving in tiny, microscopic steps. I have to admit, I'm going to keep being harsh about the texture because this is a PlayStation 2 game, and there's no nice way to say this. The PS2 can't do high-res textures. Like, period. It's not possible. There's a... I forget how this works exactly. Someone more familiar with game development can give you more details. But the way it works is you can only have a certain literal size, as in like a size of the image, when it comes to any given texture file. There's a cap on that. So... now let's scooch forward to treasures. I was actually going to say the thickets would be a great one for this, if that's where I think it is. Yeah, the PS2 basically cannot have fidelity. So it doesn't. Where am I? Yeah, here we go. Yep, this is where I was thinking. So as you can see, completely different texture for the grass here, which makes sense. This isn't actually grass in the strictest sense of the word. This is supposed to be jungle floor, right? This is supposed to be like the base of under a canopy. Now, I don't want to overpraise, honestly, once again, because that grass is still not great. But you know what's a lot better? The doodad usage. This little bush, side bush over here, another bush over here. You notice a lot of different varieties of bushes here and there to make it look like there's like a whole line of foliage. And of course, much better usages of the trees, which I know is stretching a little bit from grass, but you get how it works. And yeah, once again, you could look down at that and you could kind of tell, yeah, that's supposed to be jungle floor. That's just kind of the general vibe it gets across. Jungle floor. I'm with it. Speaking of jungle floor. I knew it, Magister! Following me. I don't think anywhere in Wings was a new texture for this, so we're going to skip over Wings. And go to here. The Syzak Battlegrounds. Kizak? I don't know. Oh no, that's interesting. So this is an interesting approach. I'm not going to go too far for fear of actually running into stuff, but look at this, right? So you see what they did? First of all, that is once again a new texture. It's very rough. It's more dirt than grass. But what they did was they used a completely separate texture for the unclimbable areas up there on the side. So we have something closer to an underbrush kind of a texture up there. Notice there's actually quite a few leaves and twigs visible in it. Whereas this is more like a trampled down path. And then of course we have our usual array of doodads in order to try and flesh it out. This is actually probably the best designed of all the stuff we've seen, which makes a lot of sense when you think about it. But it's specifically designed because, as you can see, they're actually working around their limitations. rather than trying to rush up against the wall of said limitations. They know they can't do high-def stuff, so they do distinct stuff. And so now the path, plus the cliff, plus the edges of the cliff actually look all distinct, and we have a nice, clear visual pathway going through here, which immediately conveys jungle floor, right? Never mind how much better the trees are designed. That's totally other thing. And that was the grass of Final Fantasy XI. Thank you for going to my TED Talk. Mr. Red is awesome. What game time is it? Okay, yeah, that's about right. I admittedly tried to time that a little bit specifically. It's why I acquiesced to the grass look at. Don't worry, you only have to endure it for a few more seconds. For those of you at home who are wondering why I'm sitting here, it is 23:52 at 100 hours. So I'm waiting for Zero to talk to this guy. 56, 57, 58, 59. Hi. There's Beast, killing Pioneer and Sportcrest indiscriminately. There's Miasma, unearthly gales, wind-piercing skin, choleric miasmas choking the land. It's terrible. The entire coalition's in a frenzy. We don't know what to do, blah, blah, blah. Melvin's dead. Even the leathery one hasn't been the same. What's the Talon coming to? Yeah, blah, 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 blah. Let's get on with this. You've already wasted an hour of my freaking life. I'd be more upset if I didn't get a bite out of Rhapsodies while I was doing it. You know, there is one thing I don't like about Iroha, as compared to every other expansion girl. I hate pronouncing her name. Iroha. No one allowed without proper entry. You must leave. I just want to see Arciela. Okay, whatever, bye. Wait, don't go just yet. I had to go through the official script, but I've got something for you from the princess. Oh, okay. Dark days may lay ahead for Adeline, but I've watched the princess grow from babe to woman, and know you can help her now more than any of us. We're counting on it. Okay. Probably believable. Which doesn't help any. It's not me any, anyways. Though the envelope is delicately sealed with wax in the shape of a swallow, the letter inside contains but two words. The port. So Western 9. I lied. More of the music, Magister. Just for you. But admittedly, I haven't heard the Uncle Iroh's name, so I don't know how that's pronounced. Least favorite name to pronounce in an MMO? All of Lotro. Just all of it. I have trouble summarizing story in Lotro because I'd be like, so there's Bob who's fighting Bob, and Bob is going over with Bob, right? Now, Bob is there because Bob screwed up back in the Bob era. And Bob wanted to make Bob go to, all the way back to Mordor, which is one of the few places I can pronounce, so they could take their stuff back to Bob. Unfortunately, the people of Bob didn't want Bob to go back to Bob. Narmaleth is easy. Oakheart is easy. Is a little bit harder. With all the commotion of the castle, I knew it'd be best if we met here. Surely the news has reached your ears, too. What news? How could... I thought you had feelers out everywhere. Maybe this one passed you by. Time to fill you in. The buzz is that there's something very wrong in the jungle. Luckily, I have access to the closed stacks at the Selenia Memorial Library, thanks to our previous dealings with them. I've spent many days and nights toiling over tomes, cross-checking rumors of past records. I've discovered there are references to the Cimmerian adherents, the followers of Hades. Their coming in past ages was accompanied by toxic miasmas, blades of wind, and sullying of the land. This must be the Zol Triumvirate, that unsettled Sajaka. Surely you haven't forgotten what that sadistic clown Balamor introduced himself as. The Deathborn Zol. Means he's one of the Triumvirate, right? And there was the ominous passage after he vanished in the Rollovers. Those who heeded his call and swore allegiance to his cause will soon awaken. I'm worried. That's why we waited a day. Two locations in particular have been singled out as particularly menacing. Circus Caverns and Yorshire Weald. If we interpret sullying of the land as Balamor as minions, that leaves the remaining two Zol. One for miasma, one for wind. The rumors, fragmented as they are, match up perfectly. Yeah, it's your first RPG, don't worry, you get used to it. The library's historical works are likewise incomplete, and I fear I've exhausted all available resources. But there is someone on our side, a hero who was there to witness it all. That's right, one of the Founder King's generals who's seen the forces of evil face to face. If anyone can help us, it's him. So. Okay. Back up the mountain. High push-ups. Again. Anybody have one of those words you just like to pronounce because it just fits your mouth perfectly? I got one for you. Familiarity. I love saying that word for some strange reason. Familiarity. Plenipotentiary. That's another good one. It can't just be a complicated word, right? It has to flow correctly. Biovac 3. Anti-disestablishmentarianism. Which, amusingly enough, is another flowy word. Yeah, one of these days I hope to find a dictionary that's just older, less used words. I've never found one to satisfaction. So, the only words that I have in my lexicon are ones that I just know, that I am already familiar with. Exacerbate, that's another good one. Capacity. Thesauruses suck, though, in my experience. Like, they'll give me plenty of modern versions of them, but that's not what I want. Also doesn't help because it only tells me the version of a word that I already know exists. I'm just looking for general I already used the word lexicon. General linguistics, right? I want older style words that aren't used that much anymore. You know? It's a bit. I'm actually reading ahead right now. Should we have been invited to this gathering? Arciela, before we get started, I owe you an apology. For what? For the whole Hades deal. It was that bastard this whole time. I should have known. But if you know about him now, does that mean... Yeah, I found out while you were gone. While dealing with the whole Melvin incident, the World Tree brought forth vivid images in my mind. I can still feel them. And all this time, I ignored what was right in front of me. Curse the Lord. My mind blinked out, not for a second, but for minutes, to think. Sajaka regained his former strength and the World Tree came back to life. And then Hades. The cursed fool came back too. I'd sooner rake my hands over hot coals and let it happen, but it was too late. But our problems don't stop there. No, I'm here because of the Zol Triumvirate. I'll spare you the long explanation and content myself that you're aware of the disaster they bring about in serving their foul master. The easterly winds have shifted, young ones, heralding the revival of this malicious decadence. Calling it an ill portent would make mockery of the sacrifices August and his generals made, that we all made. But we have yet to bear witness to breaches in the jungle's integrity itself, indicating that neither Hades nor his servants have crested in power. But Sajaka, things have already begun to... No, Princess, they have not. If they were fully awakened, the land would split in twain, choking tendrils dragging pioneers to bottomless crevasses. Now what you see now is a mere foreshadowing of what is to come. We're not exactly sitting pretty either, we speak truthfully. That's why we've come, to seek your wisdom and experience against your old foes. Balamor. That name is not familiar to me. And you believe he's the most recent incarnation of the Undying Horde's leader. Let's leave that one alone for now. Just forget about him. If what you said is true, he'll probably be content to sit on the sidelines and let things play out as long as we don't make any sudden moves. He'll look from his little perch, laughing at how our actions caused the stage to revolve. He thinks we're puppets dancing for his own pleasure. The fewer threats we deal with, the better. This is about a grand guignol. Idiot's already written his script and the characters have their own ideas how things will shake out. We have two things left to deal with, assuming they're the same as they were then. Dokmak, the brash soul, he's of the toxic miasma, and the one who commands the forked lightning and blades of wind, Ashrak, the dusk brood soul. And if your rumors are true, that's exactly what we're dealing with. But then again, now that we're dealing with the Balamor figure, I wouldn't bet my axe on it. Does it even matter in the end? We gotta put them out of their misery, regardless of whether the fiends I remember. I'd hoped it was my time to pass on quietly to the night, but as long as they're here, you've got me by your side. Cool. I shall lend my aid as well, now that I've recovered. Not you, Sajak, not yet. We might have gotten your scales back and ditched the old curse, but you're in no condition to sharpen your talons on those two. You gotta get stronger, old friend. Hades is coming back, and we need you more than now. You were there, that unholy battleground where our comrades... Leave the triumvirate to us. Get yourself ready. Perhaps that is for the best. Your hands have proven capable more than once. Okay, time to fly. Where are we going? Oh, I guess that I left that detail out. The Thalia, where else? The Pure Lands. True, Plato. So has anyone gotten all the Rax and or Zero? Because without them, we can't do the picture. Blade Tabal's here, Valerian's here, you're here. We are missing Rax and Zero. I can hearth at a moment's notice. I'm actually going to... You'll notice I am not hearthing right now, so I can save my Hearthstone. Just in case I need it instantly. To fit people's schedules. So I'm going to advance the quest in the interim. Listen, the Blood Hearthstone always works. That's all I'm saying. Remember when we were playing Metroid 1 with the The mod. It's like, oh shoot, I need to go all the way over there. I've got an idea. Ugh. Instant death. Look, I don't even care. Death warping is a valid strategy. Oops. Okay, Zero's logging in. There's Rax. Yeah, tell me about it, Valerian. God. A lot of people forget that corpse runs used to be a lot worse than WoW. Yeah, no, that does sound like something Thor would say, Zoctev. Well, yeah, you're a rogue, so you're kill on sight, Valerian. Obviously. The only good rogue is a dead rogue. Aliens are like, hi, we come in peace. Shoot them. Shoot them now. Why? They're different from us. That means they can't be trusted. Yes, here. The Terran Empire lives. No, what would happen is they'd be like, ha ha ha, we've got their tech. What's with all the ships in orbit? And then they'd be dead. And we would be dead. And that's the end of humanity. Because a couple of politicians were stupid. I know. Unheard of concept, right? Why is everyone just standing around? Ugh, excuse me. Still no Rax? Another cutscene. Yeah, speaking of grass, by the way. This is interesting because it's actually the same general problem as the earlier grass. But once again, you notice the doodad design pulls it up substantially. We got the blades, we've got, no pun intended, we've got the flowers, we've got the different flowers, we've got several of them arrayed. Like, the actual placement of them is well done, too. Your presence here is most welcome. Rosalucia, is everything... I no longer have a corporeal form, Princess. I hope you do not find me overly ghastly. The bonds we share, when they are close, I retain some semblance of former self. The World Tree's roots have kept me keenly aware of the incidents occurring throughout the land. I, too, see the reason for your arrival. Forces of the deep that your storied hero sealed away are breathing anew. Their slumber was to be eternal, but the calamity has come full circle. Our mother tree kept the darkness at bay, purging evil as it emerged, and preserving the sanctity of the forest. And it really was the world tree that protected us these long years. As we always suspected. Her strength is not without its limits. You may think it a grand flood, but in due time it will wane to a mere trickle. And I soon will join with Mother. Her life will be mine, and mine hers. I have but precious moments to communicate with you. So we'll never see you again? You will. Our bonds will keep us close, always. The same way I am always with your founder king. Keep my palm safe and let it protect you during your hour of need. We are able to stand here this day because of the sapling you helped bring to revive Mother, despite the random interruption. Remember, August, remember the sacrifices he made to seal away the maladies afflicting this realm. It is your turn to do the same. Fulfill your charge. Ulbuka needs you. This will guide you to the source. Find it, and should you go astray, we'll be here to light your path. You know another reason, and I know you're going to make fun of me for this, that Adeline has been more interesting to me? It's not the end of the world. Now that we know what we got to do to get there, let's crack some skulls. Sounds convincing when I say it, but the Zol are more than those umbrals we flattened at the woe gates. If you approach it like any old foray, maggots will be peeling your skin off the walls. It is Blade Taval, but it's not the end of the world, and that kind of works for me. I've said this before, I am more invested because the stakes are smaller. These people are interesting. Their lives are relevant and showcased. I care about the fact that this region is getting nuked. You know what I mean? Yeah, and yeah, FF12 is a perfect example of this. Technically, FF12 is a conflict between titans, but that's not where we're at. We barely go to Arcades, and we don't go to Rosaria. We're in Dalmasca. Dilmog might be as the word is. Can we just skip through this? Yeah, oh, so this is guidance. That's good. It's telling us where to go in order to go fight these two bosses, which is good. Guidance positive keeps being reinforced there. Got this pinching feeling in my stomach. What do you mean? The whole Henna Bloom deal was just a farce. I can't have her go fighting this Ultron. We gotta put them down before she figures it out, or she'll be furious with us. Things are different than they were during my time. I can't tell how things will play out. But putting her in the same situation August was in is unthinkable. I know your little leafkin Ignis is chomping at the bit too, but we can't let the city's most vital figures perish like they did then. August's bloodline has survived to this day. It would be dark times for us if it all got stomped out now. And, well, what else can I say? I got a soft spot for her. One time when she was a bit younger, she got lost in the woods, and I sat by her side as she slept, keeping her safe. I thought you'd heard. When she'd barely come up to her father's waist, she'd escaped from the castle when her maidservants were looking, causing who knows how much commotion. That's how Darkulin and I met her. Wasn't for terribly long, but I've never dealt with kids before. We were in over our heads, weren't we? The memories taste both sweet and sour. When we said our goodbyes, I asked someone to make her forget about our meeting, and forget she did. They complained the whole time, but did their job well. Just don't let it get back to the princess, huh? Alright, let's split up and tackle him head on. For the World Tree! For the Mana Tree! I mean, what's the difference? Okay, it was lower, I believe, right? Upper, lower? God, I'll figure it out. Pretty sure it was lower. Yep, there it is. Hi, Rex. You missed another in-game mandatory day wait, during which I just went and did a huge chunk of frickin' Rhapsody's quests. Because what else am I gonna do? I hate this goddamn game. Sorry. This game is amazing. Okay, so that's everyone except for Rax will fit on Mr. Red's left. Hang on, 1, 2, 3. We're gonna have 6 people. Let me think about this. We're gonna have 6, which means we have to be even. That's gonna suck. Oh, no. I've got an idea. Okay. Okay, Valerian, stand, like, right here. Okay. Facing me. Keep facing the same way, but, like, stand right up here in front. I've got an idea. Okay, now Zira's going to be on the right. That's perfect. Mr. Red be on the left. Blade Duval, pick one side or the other. Pick one of these 2 gaps to stand in. And then Rax will go in the other. And then I will stand behind Valerian. Like this, right? And that way we'll get the full 6 in. How do I get rid of my interface? Is that a thing I can do in FF11? Oh my god, come on, game. Yeah, I think that'll be a good layout, because then Rax will be right on my left. Blade on my right, straight over there. I'm going to leave this shot right here. If anybody wants to adjust where you're facing, like, for example, Mr. Red, if you face a little bit to your right, you'll be facing the camera, but you don't have to. It's your choice. I'll just leave that so you can adjust. I know it's finicky, isn't it, Mr. Red? Are you sure you don't want to, like... I don't know what emotes are in this game. That looks good to me. Alright, Valerian, try hooray. Let's do it. I'm ready. Oh, God. No, that's... We'll panic for food. That is perfect. That is perfect. Voli is Zira, Wraithwall is Valerian. It's even his name, Valerian Wraithwall. Uh-oh. No! Okay, they left. We got photobomb. Yeah, sure. Tell me, Valerian. So, I'll recite this out loud as Valerian's talking. This is what Valerian's real-life voice sounds like. I was playing it freshman year of college. First semester. Dorms. Some girls walk by, and I'm a Taru. And they're like, oh my god, that guy is so cute. What is this? And I kept showing off the panic emote. And the girls kept being like, look at the cute little guy. Ah! Lol, as they say. It's a shame I can't do, like, knocked out. Because that's just been my character this whole run, is just on the floor, knocked out by everything in the universe. Yeah, only Tataru are allowed to be cute. Valerian was always a Ferengi. What the? Valerian, you have a little... There's a, Danger Broncos. See, the problem is, I'm gonna have... If I was to do an emote, I have to do like this. And I have to do like this. And then quickly do this. And then that. In order to be able to grab the snapshot in time. I think I grabbed that. I'm not even sure. Hang on. Let me... Okay, so... Yeah, get all the names blue here. What? I can't invite Zero. No! Zero has betrayed me. Oh no, I'm definitely leaving the names up. You kidding me? Oh, there's Rex. Hang on, let me... grab Rex, so everyone's blue. There we go. Okay, so... got my emote ready to go. Let me know when everyone's, like, posed. Let me go grab something there real quick. Get Corel ready to go. There we go. Okay. Okay. So, Valerian has checked in. Is everyone else ready? I was gonna say, our left side is unbalanced from our right, but I'm not gonna be OCD about it if you don't want to line it up. I'm gonna grab the whole shot. Don't worry. Yeah, Mr. Ed, move more. Well, of course you can't strafe in this game, can you? You two need to spread out. I'm just gonna say that. Rax and Mr. Ed, figure it out. I don't care who does it, but spread out a bit more. There we go. Oh, that already looks better. All right. I'll let you adjust for a second. Okay, so we got that looks good. That looks good. Now I'm not going to do a countdown because there's no way, right? So when you see me start to emote, if you're going to do an emote, have it ready to hit enter. Make sense? I will count it down just in case you hear me in time. So I'm going to do it in 3, 2, 1. Let's see if I got that. Let's see how I got. What I got. Uh-oh. Oh, that's a new problem. Hang on. One moment. That is a new problem. Give me a second. Patience. Okay, here's square. There's no FF11 there. So, okay. I went to print screen. It didn't print screen, but it acted like it took an in-game screenshot. Problem. I don't know where that would be. I'm looking for the usual spots here. But, like, in my games and my documents, it's not there. And it's also not in Square Enix in my documents. And I didn't see it in the folder itself. So where did it dump it? Oh, it's in Ashita. Okay, hang on. That's here, I want to say? Oh, God. Where the hell's my Ashita? Give me a second. Give me a second. This is Ashita. Okay, found it. Screenshots. Hey, okay. What do we got? That's actually great, except I didn't get Rax waving. She waved like a second after I waved. Let's try to do one more, just to see if we can get everyone at that. So I'm going to try the same general idea. Pull this back. Hooray. Everyone ready? Waiting for a metaphorical ready check. Leitval, yes. Wraith, yes. I'm going to count down from 5 this time. Mr. Red, yes. Rax, res. 0, yes. Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, going. Okay, let's see what that one looked like. I think that one's going to turn out better. Hang on. Oh, that's much better. That's much better. That looks great. We even got a slash panic in the middle of it. Yes! Oh, that's awesome. I'm happy about that. Thank you, everyone. I'm going to go ahead and do a quick throw together to see what the thumbnail is going to look like. I'll post it in Discord. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. Yeah, you're good, Valerian. Thank you for your time and assistance. Thank you, everyone. Speaking of which, let's kind of line this up a little bit here. Right about there. There we go. That's a good shot. I like that shot. I like that shot. Okay, now burn the hard drives! Don't actually do that. We here at the Lore Winners do not recommend doing that. Where's the FF11 channel? There it is. Okay, so here's the raw picture. And here's what it's gonna look like. You do! It's perfect, Mr. Red! Like, Zera's dancing. Pax? Rax? No. Wraith! Oh my god! Valerian is in the middle of panicking, which is perfect. Blade Taval's like, yeah, I got this! And Rax is like, what's up? And I'm like, I can go home! No, that's great. I love it. Okay, thank you for the indulgence, everyone on stream, and of course at home on the VOD. Remember, VOD walkers are awesome walkers. I gotta go kill some bosses. So I'm gonna go kill some bosses. Okay, so I need to go to Certus Caverns. Do I have Certus Caverns? I might not. Yep. Nope. Yeah, I didn't think so. Okay, whatever. Let's go here. So it looks like the fastest way is waypoint to Yorsha Weald's Frontier Station. Yorsha Weald Frontier Station. Unless I already have it. I'll double check in a second, but I don't think I do. Yeah, I don't think so. Okay, Yorsha Weald Frontier Station. And take your time. I'm going to be progressing to the location here, assuming there's a waypoint down here, which is what I'm checking. If there's not a waypoint, then I'm wasting my time. Zuck. Wow, this looks familiar. I was gonna say I think I've been down here, and I have, but I noticed there's no waypoints down here. So, yeah. I'll cast off real quick. But otherwise, I will go ahead and wait. Well, I guess I don't have to. Apparently, if I use this thing, it'll warp anybody who's in the zone. Come on! So, FF13 is a frustrating sort of irritating to play. Because the entire possibility exists that you will waste time. Because there's level caps. Even if you go grind, there are level caps that are story gated. So if you're having trouble with a particular boss, there's a decent chance you are already the level cap for that boss. If that makes sense. If you were willing to tolerate your time being literally wasted, then you're fine. If you're not, then I would not even try. Hang on, where am I going? K11. K11. It's way down. How the hell? Oh, I think I see where. Okay. When I say waste your time, I want to be clear. I mean literally waste your time. Like, if you die, you reload your previous save, right? Yeah, you think this game wastes your time. That's not what I mean. Be gone, Zira. Yep. Okay. Where are we going? Where are we going? Hang on. K11. We're pretty close. K is over there. No, I'm right. I'm right. Oh, God. Okay, endgame FF10 content can be pretty sloggy. Although amusingly not as sloggy as FF13 endgame content. And much less rewarding. FF13 endgame content is more or less just do it to say you did it. 10 at least gives you stuff. Okay, it should be like right around here. There it is. Oh, I know exactly what you mean off the deeper end, because I've done that twice in my life. Without cheats. Okay, I'm here. Blade Devil's in the zone. Let's do this. We're going to see a shortcut scene. Then it should warp me and everyone in the zone to this location. We're going to find a boss and 3 trash. Here's our boss. Oh, wait, no, this is the past. Where are your eyes? Oh God, girl, that's horrible. I mean, I'm not here to tell you not to play a bad game for bragging rights, Mr. Red. But you should walk in knowing what you're getting into. Hi, Zar. This is the spot where Dokmak drew his last breath. Should the bonds of the World Tree falter, a miasma of unparalleled portions will grip the cavern. It would take supernatural force to cleanse the air that should that come to pass. All will die. It is inevitable. We must stop him from fully resurrecting. Okay. So this boss has a frontal cleave attack, by the way. Just as a heads up. And a crap ton of health. Like 90,000. Mankind. Enemy. Kill. Oh, wow, Boo Girl. That's, yeah. Have fun. Yes, all party members present. Drag in. I've never done any of the various no sphere grid challenges of 10 before. I don't know. I tend to not like long game challenges. Like, I do challenge runs of FF6 because that's like a 6-hour game when you're doing a challenge run. I can handle that, right? So I don't know, what do you guys think? Should we focus fire the boss? Or should we kill the trash? Maybe one trash. Alright, let's kill that one on the right. Our right. If I can target the damn thing. Which I cannot. I literally can't target it. Okay. That sucks. There. I have successfully targeted a trash mob. Yeah, exactly, Mount Overlord. Like, if I fail on an FF6 run, I can just reload a bit, or just start over. If I fail pretty far into an FF10 run, sometimes you don't know you've failed when you've failed, you know what I mean? Like, if I screw something up early on, and then I can't recover from that, that is hours upon hours of effort wasted. I mean, in any game push-ups, but yes, we are referring to FF10. I cannot target this stupid mob. I like Ho better off the T-print, honestly. It's more indicative, you know? So Shantoto's dead. That's good. No, I feel you. I hate typing on the phone for pretty much that reason. God damn it, die! Hang on. Trying to target the boss. There we go. I just... Damn. Hades, Nog return, darkness. No, 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 no. Sucks to be you, buddy. Okay. I am rather debuffed. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna die. I'm actually gonna die. Because they're not gonna heal me, right? Like, yeah, you know what? Yeah. Oh God. 60 hours, Ross. Please? Please, Hearth? It's not Hearthing. I can't Hearth. No! I can't Hearth! I can't Hearth! Oh no! I have 78 health! I have 78 health. Jesus Christ, 14 hours. How the hell? Hi, Evo! I have 78 health. Yeah, no, the dot wore off. That's why I'm amused. That's why I called out the number. No, Hearthing... Thankfully, this is not FF2 where Hearthing costs health. Oh my god. Okay. No, it's my stupid fault that I didn't Hearth, actually. I am to blame for that. I just got lucky that the dot fell off before I could Hearth again. Okay, so... Aparuru. I'm almost positive I don't have Aparuru, but let me check. I have a bunch, but I stopped getting them when I stopped caring. Yep, I do not have Aparuru. I think Millie might be my only healer. At least the only one I know of. Okay. Let me think. I need to see if I can adjust this here. I might be able to. I might not. We may never know. Nope, that's not it. I want, this one. Hey! Yeah, okay, we'll just swap Joachim in front of Chantoro, and that should be good. I just need to do this really quick. There, safe. And that should be good. Hypothetically. Okay. Head to the southeastern section of the Yorshire Weald. Quickest way there is waypoint, Yorshire Weald, Biovac 1. Yorshire, Biovac. I remember Upururururu was something about like a Unity person, which I only got under certain circumstances, and there was something getting in the way of me getting that. I don't remember what it was. Because I remember trying to get that trust a while ago, back when I was setting all this up. And I remember failing at that. Yorshire, and Biovac 1. Okay, H6. That's like right there. Yeah, I don't know if I could get up now. I just know I couldn't get it then. Hey, sturdy reluctance. Once again, by the way, notice the grass texture isn't actually all that great here, but the way it's used in combination with everything else works out pretty well. And they're repeating that trick of the different textures for the grass versus the mounds. Hi, Riplinger.
My choice is absolute. Even shall I perish this day, and remain for eternity, you'll never know peace. You'll never tread on this land again.
Okay. So the guide mentions we might want to focus fire on the boss this time. Again, he has a frontal cleave. Up ahead is where Ashrak's blood is spilled on the ground. Should he be released from his prison, the taint will spread, and poisonous blooms will grip the land tighter still. They are not of this world and defile the laws of nature. If we do not purge this blight, it will engulf all life. We must not fail. Do not let the blade Torvald die again. Hey, jeez, I'm sorry. God.
I can smell it. The blood of my foes. Their fear. Oh yeah, that's the stuff. I'm Ashrak. I'm one of the 3 emissaries of my lord, Hades. So the World Tree attempts to thwart my malediction. That's quaint. I'll devour your souls and feed them to my master.
Both, Mr. Ed. It's mostly been noticeably better. And then there's the day waits, which have been really frustrating. There's a lot of reasons why, Riplinger, but ultimately it makes no sense in universe. It's nonsense. It's a nonsensical premise. It makes no sense in universe for the characters to act the way they do. It's character assassination for the entire cast, and then it's character assassination for Janeway herself. I tend to be pretty harsh about character assassination. Also, back in the day, we were literally defining Lamentations differently, so... Okay, so we have a Joaquin this time. Let's see if I can actually target the boss. Hey! Let's get some buffs going. Or not. Hello, hello. There we go. Well, that's because that was a rumination, and this is a review. This. The more modern thing is a review. Oh, please do, Who Girl. So there's our ad, which we're going to be completely ignoring. And that's why. Worse, Ross. I don't know if you were there when I was talking about it in Discord, because I was mentioning in Discord as we were watching it. It took us several minutes to get through the first 20 seconds of Threshold. It was so bad, we had to pause every few seconds to further analyze how bad it was. That's not a joke.
You think my life forfeit, but nothing could be further from the truth. There exists no light without shadow, and from shadow I come, and from shadow I'll be reborn. Hades! Oh, your dick is so big. Oh, God.
By the way, I'm glad I had your guys' help for that. That fight probably would have sucked with just Trust. In fact, both of those fights would have probably sucked with just Trust.
Hades' dick is so great, you don't even know. Oh my god.
Gotta wait 30 seconds to be able to hearth. We've been slow-moding our way through some stuff for playing, so I don't know. TNG was fascinating. I actually expected later seasons to crush it more than they did. But Season 4 is still one of the best seasons of television I've ever covered. Actually reviewed, I should say. Pound for pound, I think it actually is only surpassed by several seasons of MLP. Like, to explain that a little bit, there are seasons of, like, Andor, Arcane, She-Ra, which all outscore TNG Season 4. But those are much, much, much shorter seasons. And, for lack of a better way to put it, it is easier to maintain quality over a shorter period of time. TNG Season 4 just kind of crushing it the way it did across, what is it, 24 episodes? Or 26, whatever the number is. Yeah, MLP and TNG so far are the only two shows that are consistently that high. Well, maybe consistently is the wrong word, because TNG has plenty of stinkers, but you know what I mean. Yeah. I think she's mad at us. Listen, Arciela, I'm sorry we sent you off on a snipe hunt. But it was for the greater good. Hey, Arciela. Mortimer, Darkulum. And Lorerunner. Just tell me where you were off to. I gathered as many of those leaves as I could find, but when I came back, no one was here, and you showed no signs of coming back. You tricked me! I went to battle the Triumvirate, didn't you? How could you? It wasn't all that, Princess. We just didn't want to get you hurt. We had no choice. Isn't that right? I beg forgiveness. I won't let you off so easy. You have to promise never to leave me behind again. Unkeepable promises cliche. They should have done the Shadowlord music for that. I want to hold you to that. If you try again, I'll follow your tail anyway. Ah, my dear princess and friends, has your fit finally reached a crescendo? Not that it makes a whit of difference. I've got to commend your aptitude at bringing the curtain down on those two. Balamor. I might even bring you in for callbacks. Lorerunner, was it? Am I right? I do hate mismatching pioneers' faces. Y'all look so much alike, but what's this? You have a key to the depths of Turris. Splendidly done. Hades is only a soliloquy away. No one's looking forward to your dance more than me. Rest assured, I'll be in the rafters until the final scene. Bring down the house. Show your audience you're no 2-bit player in this most epic of sagas. Okay, I'm calling it right now. Balamar was supposed to be a villain after we defeat Hades. And that content doesn't exist. What do you want to bet? Surely that's the Balamar you've been on about. Surely a hard nut to crack. What can he meant by an audience? He seems unlikely to intervene, but don't let your guard down for a second. If you're willing to believe this thing will lead us deep into the Turris. Suppose I shouldn't have expected Hades to be bursting forth from the front gate. You know what to do. Oh god, that could be. That's still being patched, isn't it, Rex? Princess, I really am sorry. I thought I was keeping you safe, but I didn't realize what it meant to you. Forgive me. Darkulin, Lorerunner, I won't keep you waiting longer if that's what you really want. Together we stand, together we fall. You're right. We can and we must. We can do it as long as we're together. Am I going to the final boss? Hang on. No, looks like we gotta do something irritating after that. Yeah, we gotta go fight a knock wall. Wait, maybe I shouldn't? This walkthrough is badly... It's actually funny. This expansion has been the least frustrating by far. And yet the walkthrough has been the worst. By far. Like, it's actually badly written. What the crap? Whatever, I know where to go first. Would it take me again an hour to get down here? Well... Good news. Yeah, we basically already did the mission. Cool. I accept. Second to last. Although we've actually gotten a decent chunk into Rhapsodies. So it's not like we're starting Rhapsodies fresh. Hello? Okay, hello. There it goes. No? There we go. I don't know what's coming up, so I'm going to summon some dudes. Just in case. No reason. No reason. You are almost assuredly correct, Mr. Red, but at this point I am not willing to risk it. So supposedly we have another long cutscene coming up. So far those have been 12 minutes and 20 minutes respectively. I should time this one. Ugh. There we go. Got my timer ready. Nice place. It's yeah. And we never find out what all this crap is, too. That's the best part. Just don't think we do. What's doubly irritating, if I hadn't taken a nap and been delayed by an hour, I'm pretty sure we would be able to beat this today. Mormor and Darkulin aren't here yet. What else keeping them? We've got to go without them. Remember how I made you the promise to go without me? What would it say about me if I went behind them? They're back and did it without them, too. Lord Runner, Arciela. What's wrong? Did something happen? Must not go any closer. Lord Runner. It's too late. No. Lord Runner and Arciela, how many moons has it been? I see one of your ragtag entourage is conspicuously absent. No matter. No man is born into this world without sin. We all have darkness in our hearts. Yet some tuck it away better than others. Men are born whole, but their spirits live on as their bodies crumble to dust. They float through time and space, Some days, some weeks, some centuries, until they're given a life again. Spirits never know release from their torment, all owing to that gloom that resides within each of us. And what do they carry with them as they revive anew? Nothing. They are ethereal strings stretching from existence to pointless existence. Yet if we try to tie the ends together to close the circle, we discover only that they extend farther than our hands can reach. What is the purpose of life if its inevitable destination is despair? I pity those lost souls who never attain true awareness, and thus I have no choice but to snuff each lone candle out. And once that task is done, I will rebuild a new, natural order. How is it evil? By bringing death, I create life. And the only way to save a spirit is to annihilate it. Vana'diel is a fickle place. Despite your endless meandering, you occasionally give life to exceptional individuals in awakening. Your much lauded August was once man. These anomalies across ages are spiritual leaders, erudite sages, ferocious generals, and more. Perhaps you're the same, perhaps not. Maybe you're a sign, sent to guide me on the right path. There are things that even someone with endless hosts like myself does not know. Will you be the ones to open the gates to paradise? Listen to me, bleeding like a foal. You've come to stop me, have you not? August did the same. Do a lot of you not realize how absurd this is? Surely you cannot mean to succeed. You've only killed Promathia and Super Promathia at this point. If you know not your place, then I will show you. Look upon me, and despair. Despair at the futility of your struggle, for I have butterfly wings. It would serve you put more weight into your blade than your war cries. I was about to say the same thing. Maybe next time don't go rah on your attack, buddy. Stop spitting out filth. Fight like a man. Mortimer, I tried stopping them from entering, but it's too late. There's no way we can fight them like this. Take Lauren and the princess. Get out of here. By your word. But why? With the three of us, we could surely... It's not about defending to the last. There's a reason for... This is not the time for this. A mistake to let your guard down, fool. Pitiful man. Don't underestimate this old man, Demon Spawn. And old you are, indeed. But my butterfly wings... Maybe I'm not half the man I once was, but I got wisdom now I didn't then. Don't pretend to be all high and mighty with... Darkly, you stand there agape or get out of here like I asked. Go! You're only protected for so long. And you two, I need you to trust me on this one. Throwing a bunch of words at you at explanation isn't gonna help. Flee while you can. I got someone taking care of something for me. I should hold out until you haul your butts out of here. Resist all you want, you stubborn fool. I should delight all the more once your spirit is finally broken. Roar. We're still standing and staring. We can't. We have to stand and stare. You don't understand. Oh, I guess we can run now. Listen. Only fools like you take free actions. I'm rich. I don't follow the rules. I know your type. You stand tall and true, knowing you played your role in this charade. So the best way to get to you is to slay your friends. Take a look. It's in a book. Sorry, Rex. What? Morabar! Morabar, why? Are your ears stuffed with cotton? Run! And abandon you to this monster? No! Don't run foolishly into death. I've taught you all you need to know. Now get your mangy hide out of here! You are... God damn it, just run! For once, will you just... God, I'm kind of with him. For once, would you just listen? A bit confident, throwing your weapon away, hmm? Don't you think? Stubborn to the last. You shouldn't be saving your master. You should be listening to him. Run! It's kind of hard to do this. Like, seriously, this is kind of melodramatic, so we gotta, like, go. We can't leave it to him. We've got to stand here and make his sacrifice completely pointless. Like, I'm pretty tolerant of this kind of thing, but for real. 3 separate times Moribor's been like, run. And we're like, no. And then he's like, run. And then we're like, no. And then Moribor's like, run. And then we're like, no. Enough, game. Once I can tolerate. Twice is pushing it. 3 times is ridiculous. How long do you plan on clinging to your pitiful existence? Did someone show you how to resist me for so long? Tell me, Mortimer, what have you learned? It's a good question, but what I gain from telling you? It matters little. You've been a thorn in my side for too long. I thought it was mere resilience, but I underestimated your resolve. What otherworldly forces has the betrayer given you? Survive you might, but your soul will never again know solace. I will release you from such painful shackles. Have you any last words you wish the ages to record? I've got no words for you other than these. The next generation will come for you, no matter how much flesh you flay from this old corpse. I'm glad I can sacrifice myself again, just like August did. No! Okay, whatever. I don't care. Sorry. Why did we run? Oh, okay. Oh, and that was only 9 minutes. Oh, wait, it's still going. Let me guess. Next thing I'm going to say, we have to go back. Oh, hey. Laura, you look quite pale, with Lady Arciella in tow. Nothing pleases me more than to have seen you successfully escaped. I have been waiting for you. Tiro? One of you is missing. What is that supposed to... No. No need to be defensive. The two of us have a history of camaraderie together, do we not? I am not now, nor have I ever been, your enemy. I guarantee he's on our side. Come, we have much to speak of. This is not a safe place to do so. Let's head to the summit of the mountain where your most holy dragons awaits. I'll meet you there. For I am the Count! I don't understand. What would Theodore want? I cannot fault your trepidation, but we must make haste. The land is not safe for us anymore. Oh, that would be bad, Mad Overlord. We in the business have a term for that. It's called... Okay, so by far, it's fastest to just Hearth, so we're just gonna do that. You know what? Hang on. I don't see positive representations of vampires. Because vampires are evil, blah. That's it. That's actually the reason. Vampires are evil. Predators, preying on people, parasites. You get it. In some settings, it's actually impossible to be a good person and a vampire. No, it's how sexy they are. Rank 36. Not good. Sexy. Very important. It's like sexy zombies. Exactly. And an angel, he was sexy. Where am I going? Okay, Alpine. Oh, no, sorry. Kami here, Biovac 3. Alucard, sexy. Actually, there is a common asterisk, and it's almost always someone who is part vampire. And therefore, they're okay. It's okay for them to be cool. Alucard is an example of that. He is half vampire. Blade is an example of that, too. To use Marvel as an example. 3? 3. Yep, Asterian's also an example. Asterian is not a full... Yes, Blade, well, sorry. You're an example of a good vampire. Asterian is not a full vampire. And that makes sense. Because Forgotten Realms is one of those settings where a full vampire cannot, by definition, be good. Asterian is also sexy. The rule continues. He can become one. And interestingly enough, if he does become one, he instantly becomes incredibly evil. Like, horrifically evil. It's worse if you're romancing him, and then he becomes a full vampire. Then he becomes gross evil. Yeah, Ascended Asterian is not good. For those of you wondering, it's because full vampires in Forgotten Realms are beings where their life force has effectively been replaced with negative energy. Negative energy is exactly what it sounds like. So they quite literally are incapable of feeling good things. For example, like they don't feel happiness, they don't feel joy, decency, none of that. It's just they're evil. They're literally formed of negative energy. That's what it's there for. Hello, Ulto. Forgive for saying this, Lore Runner, but your tendency to be one step behind seems to be literal as well as figurative. Oh, where to begin? Why start with our more ephemeral topics so we can focus on someone close to our hearts, Mortimer. If we take things out of order, then the heads will spin so fast they'll go tumbling right off this cliff. I suppose that means I must lead you towards an almost uncomfortable truth. You cannot defeat Hades as things stand, and I need you to listen carefully to the reason. In his quest to keep himself from dissipating into nothingness, Hades engraved a piece of himself on the souls of each member of the Zol Triumvirate. How would he go about doing that? Well, it's not as peculiar a technique as you might surmise. Why, it's the same technique that... What does everyone else call you? The same technique that is used by the key to the Founder King's grave, passed on from each generation of the Order of Alduin to the next. A key, princess, whose passing you once witnessed. The key, engraved with the soul of Ignis himself, was also once handed over to Loran, temporarily. So, Hades used a similar ritual to create blood seals on the spirits of his three most trusted underlings. Most sinister, no? But as long as they exist, you cannot vanquish Hades. Don't understand. The sigils are inexorably intertwined, not just with the Triumvirate, but with Hades' soul itself. Okay, yeah, can we scooch on from this? Blah, 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 blah. His flesh is impervious, his organs unblemished. But those sigils serve another purpose. They are symbols of the Triumvirate's total fealty. How could there be anything less? Hades engraved himself on their very souls. Tira, why you know all this? Please, tell me. That which I thought had unraveled had come twisting back to me. No. Yes, this prevents me from heading towards Hades' domain. As I said, they are symbols of absolute fealty. As it was then, his blood sigil takes hold of me once more. Well, we called it. He's Dracula. No. Surely you understand now, Princess. Though he once served under the monster, he's now one of the seven, the undying Naqual. In the flesh. Theodore is the Naqual? Yes. Zajak and Norimar have long protected Ulboka from that which sought to engulf it. And so too have I. In the age of the Founder King, I'd originally pledged my life to Hades, but came to embrace August and all he stood for. Now I stand before you. When Mortimer bid you flee from the Taurus, he was not acting irrationally. I am the reason for his actions. How? Why? Because the blood sigil prevented me from laying siege myself. When I caught wind he was making haste for the tourist, I cut him off and revealed the truth. Forgive my squawking like a colibri, repeating the same phrase thrice over, but Hades cannot be vanquished as long as the sigils are manifest. How can you call something a battle when the enemy's victory is already assured? Thank you, Eva. Was not but honest. Had you fought alongside him in that struggle, all of you would have been consumed. And confronted face to face, engaged with death itself, escape would have been utterly impossible. Someone had to stay and confront him alone so the rest could survive. In a word, I sentenced him to death. I confided that the only way for you to survive was for him to sacrifice himself. And do you know how he replied? I got no problem giving up my life if it means protecting those dear to me. How fitting. More of a why. Why did you have to suffer alone? You surely understand the implications, having toppled both Athrak and Dochmak. To them the marks are a blessing, but to me a curse. And Hades will not go quietly into the night as long as any of the marks survive. There's only one way. You must wrest my mark from me. The same way the hallowed August did so many centuries ago. Yet here is not the place for bloodshed. We must go somewhere more appropriate. Here. I will await you in the Water Garden Colosseum. And Princess, I forbid you from taking part. For the mark to be extinguished, I must challenge Lord Lorwyn with the utmost rancor. I have one request, though I cannot take part. I'd like to be present as one of August's heirs. I fear your bravery outstrips your wisdom here. You may not like what you see. I won't shy away from my people's future. Spoken like a true leader. When next I see you, it will be on the field of battle. For I am a vampire. Ho, ho, ho. Alright, to the waterway. Nope. Okay, hang on. Yep. I'm surprised by this. I thought he was a libertine myself. Isn't that a little mean? But given this... If you cannot best the man in black, rest assured Hades will grind your bones into dust and come for your eastern homeland. He expects no less of you, nor do I. You have proven your mettle before, and a warrior such as he, who fought the Founder King to a standstill, will show you no quarter. Remove the curse the Dreadlord has placed on him. Yeah, so are we ever going to find out who Hades is? Don't answer that. I know the answer. The answer is no. Look, I know you like mysteries, Evo, but Jesus Christ, can we at least know who the main villain is? I mean, that makes sense, Dr. Winter. And as Evo pointed out in chat earlier, he becomes everything he hated if he becomes a full-fledged vampire. 1.1. Alright, Evo. I don't know. Give me a second. I need to figure out where I'm going. Which is east 1, yes. Damn it, Kira White Noise! Blah, 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 blah. Entrance Coliseum, cutscene. I don't know. It doesn't say. Bladefell, do you know if this is going to yoink you? That is to say, you and Mr. Red. I swear Asterion is based on, like, a Roman name or something like that, Ulto, which might be where it's coming from. Or maybe it's not Roman, maybe it's Egyptian. You get my point, though, right? It's an older name. Yeah, sorry, East Adelim. That could be it, Dr. Winter, because a lot of those names mean something, and so people grab those names. You get it, you get it. Where am I going? M6. That's actually not that far. Oh, that makes sense. Astra. Yeah. You know, I'd love to help you, random dude, but I physically can't. Yeah, exactly, Dr. Hunter. Worst character, Gator Will. So I dislike Gale more, but Will is objectively a worse character. Tell me, the stars in the sky. What do you think they are? They dot the black sky, providing thousands of little lights to shine down on a cold winter's eve, but in reality they're each separate worlds, nothing like our own. At least that's what some sages so outlandishly claim. I think they're giant balls of gases, constantly exploding in the night sky. It's a little bit less romantic when you think of it that way, but think of the power if we could harness them. When you gaze up into the night, have you ever thought about how blessed you are they exist? All the winds may shift, the land may quake, the gods born and are dying. But the stars remain forever unchanging. And during the day when the black waxes blue, have you ever pondered the glory of the daytime? Here we sit underground, surrounded from top to bottom, left to right, by stone walls that block the sky from view. Yet the blue sky and starry night wait patiently for us to take but one step above ground. You find that to be an unwavering truth, do you not? Would that life were so simple. No, what you take to be given is not the case for others. Permit me to reminisce about our past before we duel. At the time I first met the entity you know as Hades. He was not always known by that name. He used to be a woman named Kira White Noise. And I was but a loyal follower. I mean, those hips, am I right? My memory beyond that time is hazy, but I do recall that much. He was a man of ambition, a man with a lust for power and influence. History talks of kings and emperors, soldiers and generals, but the desires to leave their mark for future generations pale in comparison to his. He commanded huge swaths of the populace, his presence divine, and I too chose to follow his path. I respected, adored, envied him. Oh, the sex we had, it was so good. Never again have I tasted such sweet succulence. In his search for a way to attain the unattainable, he found the truth. The truth of how to overcome his mortal shell and become something greater. Become more than human. He stepped beyond all boundaries known to man. Discovered a realm beyond our own. Yes, he called it Tartarus. Or Tartarus, depending on who you're asking. It's also the approximate time he began referring to himself as Hades. You see, he had discovered a book called Greek mythology. Not content to merely discover a new land, he began to gather servants he could bend totally to his will. He was single-minded of purpose, desired underlings to serve him unfalteringly. He called forth beings he had no right to be in the world, the Cimmerian adherents. The other two members of the Triumvirate were likewise summoned from that most unholy domain. It is likely Balamar was as well. How do I know this? Because I ranked above all his other followers. Although, as I turn my eye to the past, I realize minion might be the more appropriate term. By his will, I entered Tartarus. It was there I discovered them. It was by my hand they were brought forth to Vana'diel. Tyr. Would that it were possible to deny it, but I will not shirk from speaking the truth. It was then Hades began to change. I know not what powers he saw when he had surpassed the confines of flesh, nor what realities he saw. The only clue I had was these cryptic words. All are lost, their spirits wandering endlessly through the darkness. I will help them transcend their suffering. I will give them death, and all will become one. He mentioned a strange gentleman with long, very long blue hair. Told him about this. I don't understand what he meant. It was my job, he remarked, almost flippantly, to help him see his goals through. I felt tugged in all directions, but he invested in me a fraction of the energies he gathered from Tartarus. So I became the first of the Triumvirate. Hades and I were not brought into this world as undying beings. We were human, just like the two of you. I was his follower, and he used me to further his own ends. I journeyed through the void alone, and every demon I subjugated I made swear a vow to serve Hades. Ashrak, Dogmak, the Cimmerian adherents, all of them blasphemous entities from a sealed land. Yet not all capitulated easily. There were the 6 Naquals and Shajaka. They did not fully succumb to my tortures. Their oaths did not ring true to my lord, so he confined them deep in the shadowy realm. So they were left to fester. We were discussing the stars at the start of our conversation, and that leads me into this next tale. Tartarus is a land without stars or blue skies, although I cannot say it was a confined location. It was utterly sealed within itself. It was wholly unlike these waterways that stretch your arm out above or below you, but in the end you are blocked in. Our future was much the same. I cannot tell you how many days and nights I spent wandering the Black Land. How pointless is it to count time in a world that knows neither dawn nor dusk? How much more laughable does that become to one who does not age? It was an endless parade of bloodshed with no end respite in sight. I lost control of what made me human when I'd succumbed to the darkness. That may have been the reason he chose to send me to Tartarus. Despite centuries of dormancy, his goal has remained firm and absolute. His brand, his blood sigil, binds my soul to his, so his intentions are as clear as crystal to me. One's death should not be for another to decide. You may find such a truth to be self-evident. At the time it did not occur to me. I was like a zombie, mindlessly following Hades' orders. Until I met August. If I had not seen the most noble visage, I might still be under the Dreadlord's thrall this very day. I'd be without a will to call my own, content with blindly culling those who dared defy him. The only path left to me was one of darkness, shambling from battle to battle, sans thought or pause. When my future had been locked into place by another, August came and released me from my prison. His face was a radiant beacon in the darkness, outshining even the scales of Sajaka himself. Of course, were I to tell my dragon friend, he would chew on my head as a snack. But the past is the past, and we must now look to the future. The only way to release the blood sigil is to sever my spirit from my body. August was aware of this as well. That's why he showed no mercy in our combat. You and your comrades must vanquish me. There is no other option. You must, as he did. Never would I have thought the same story would play out twice. But despite what August showed me, our destinies are not fully in our own hands. Forgive my divergent ramblings. You have a task which you must attend. You stand no chance if you cannot fell even one such as me. I hear you killed Promathia twice, so that should be pretty cool, I guess. I've always wanted to fight a Godslayer. Like, do you just look at me and I explode? Honestly, what would that even feel like? Would I be cognizant of my own body's explosion? At what point would I no longer have awareness or consciousness? Very confused. Arrgh. You see, von Falkenstein, it is the will of the Count. Yeah, I know, right, Bregman? And yeah, that does actually make sense for Gale once I think about it, Dr. Winter. That's another good reason why, as much as I hate him, he's nowhere near as bad as frickin' Will. By the way, if we lose this battle, we have to wait an in-game day, so let's not. Also, he apparently has a buff called Dread Spikes, which will kill you from your own swings if not dispelled. I don't know if we have something like Dispels. So just be aware, I suppose. Yeah, let's do it! There are. In fact, I'm playing on one Ulta. I believe we are playing on Bahamut. I mean, the reason I say Will is an objectively worse character than Gale is because he is literally an incomplete character. There's no ifs, ands, or buts there, right? Let's ignore the relative quality, which has its own issues. Yeah, he is underwritten. Exactly. I mean, Lord knows Google has no idea what it's talking about these days. But not only is this game still up, it's actually still getting content patches. They're small, but they do exist. There's actually a new storyline which is getting patched as recently as this month. Was the last patch for that. I don't know where it's going, and I am not doing it for this run. But it exists. Yeah, exactly, Dr. Winter. Down he goes. Let's see, the next quest is called Blood for the Blood God. And the quest after that is the final boss. Screw it. Let's push. I mean, honestly, I want to push because I want to do this while I have two people to help me. So, in the interest of speeding this along a little bit, let me read at my own pace a little. You think my assertion of immortality to be hyperbolic? My soul is free once again. With this, you should be able to slay him once and for all. His power is greater than my own. Consider yourself warned. With that, I bid you leave me to my thoughts. This conflict has worn me out. True, I may be unable to age, but I was old enough when I became that way. Leave a gentleman to his aches and pains. Yeah, it's exactly what I'm thinking. We'll go ahead and kill the two bosses, and then we'll pause for the night, and then tomorrow we'll wrap up. And then move on. Move back to Rhapsodies. So this is what it feels like to be my own man after all these years. And their friend, Balamor. Expect the parting gift. If he's able to manipulate the blood sigils, he may be more than just an ordinary member of the Triumvirates. He's probably going to be a super mega ultra villain for the content that is never going to freaking come out. Okay, so now I believe, hang on, let me double check. Yep, back down to the bottom. That is straight rope point. Write down some notes here. Real quick. Eat, Bregvin, eat! Eat the glorious chicken soup with the bread. Good bread. You really need good bread with that. Down, down, down to the depths of the earth. So we're going to do a cutscene, and then a first phase, and then there'll be another cutscene, and then a second phase. And then I do believe... Looks like we actually do add one more cutscene to get at the day wait. That's okay. Okay, gun to my head. I have to give a Shota Broker DLC to either Garrus or Tali. Tali. I would also accept Rex as an answer to that. Listen, the hips, Giga, the hips! Come on! You yourself understand the power of the hips, Giga. But no, I think that Tali just has more room for her own entire expansion. That's all. Garrus is a great character, but he's already mostly a full-fledged character. Tali's kind of in the middle of an arc. And yeah, Tali's also connected to both the Quarians and the Geth, so that's two whole additional... What the hell are those? Stories we could progress. There's Relak again. Listen, I'm just saying, if Rex and his quads I'm kidding. I mean, how would you even kiss someone like that? Gotta have kisses. Came in like a wrecking quad. That's interesting. Incorrigible realms, know you not your place in this world. There's no saving those who wish for oblivion. I mean, again, this all makes sense, Bladeville. I kind of called this a while ago. Hades. Lady Arciana, what would your devotees do if they saw their adored princess looking so dour? It matters not. The downtrodden may call you what they will, but I'm not address you by that mockery of a title, nor feign respect for those trailing at your skirts. After all, you stand in my domain now. Congratulations on breaking this blood sigils. It's more than I'd expected. I'm entirely aware the betrayer had a hand in this. A toast, then, to the success of our heroes. What do you think a little playtime brought you? A chance to stand on equal footing, is that it? Perhaps I should pat you on the head like the simpletons you are. You've succeeded in accomplishing absolutely nothing. But it's pointless knowing that now, because in precious moments I'll be making trinkets out of your bones. For a man with eternity to spend, I have very little patience. What have you done with Morimar? What have I done? Oh, your mewling amuses me so. I don't. You want him back, don't you? You can't say those 4 little words. I've treated you a bit more beastly than you truly are. My apologies. What a faithful little pet cowering about wanting his master's body returned. And what would you do with it? Climb a grassy knoll and bury it overlooking the ocean? Or would you leave the corpse in a dirty field for the vultures to gnaw his flesh? And too bad for you, then, that neither will happen. You pitiful fools are dumb enough to believe I'd leave so much as a shred of him left. I'd expected even your pea-sized brains to know that much. Let's postulate for one moment. Even if I did let him leave with his life, what would he have done? Go scurrying back to his oh-so-faithful companions, weaving a tale grand of his daring escape. But that faint glimmer of hope you held out should have turned into despair. Because your master didn't come back, did he? What have you done with him? Oh, I should give more credit. It's exactly as you think. His death throes were silenced by these 2 hands. He spewed to the last he wanted to save his friends and drew his last breath alone in a struggle anything but valiant. Do you know how hordes of rats spill over the walls when a sturdy vessel careens over? This one got a bit stuck on the way, where his friends found higher ground. He found only watery asphyxiation. Could you picture a more comical end? To have lived centuries only to die in ignominy. And what does he have to show for it? Protecting the jungle? Stopping August's bloodline from ending? He created nothing for himself, spending his miserable existence defending the works of others. Did his life hold any meaning? No. He died for nothing! How laughably absurd. A man with no value in life finding no value in death. Garbage. The man was utter garbage. Oh, now that's a sight I haven't seen in ages. That shine. Using your soul to fuel your rage. Super Saiyan level 3. I was right the first time. Your mind speaks the tongue of man, but your vocalizations are of a mere monstrosity. I seem to recall your master telling you something about not rushing in without thinking. But look at you. Pathetic.
It's probably cool enough that you don't have to have the AC running. Like, it's almost chilly outside.
Oh, wow.
Have you... Okay, go get yourself something for dessert.
Yes.
Thought about what you want for dinner? Are you having leftovers?
I was just
mean,
going to have
there's-
leftovers. We've got a
Okay.
bunch.
Just making sure that you had seen the message.
No, I actually have... for once, a message was sent. I am in shock. Do you want to turn off the thing? I don't mind if you do.
Oh, no, I'm going back out. You have it on. You want to have it on.
Oh, okay.
I was just letting you know it's not that cold outside.
Appreciate. Why'd you come back? Darkulin, don't! It's a trick, you idiot. Damned idiot. You put up a brave front, but all you really wanted was to be loved. Where's all your trust in me? Imagine that. Marma? Didn't you? I tell you? I died. Okay, maybe we shouldn't stand and watch this happening. Yeah, too late. You love your precious master soul. How fitting that you join him. Oh, my little princess. Do you really have time to sit down staring? 2 down, 2 to go. It's high time you too fell into the abyss. Okay, so now to actually kill his ass. I hope we run over him. I hope we run roughshod over him. That's just gonna be so satisfying. Just hi, Hades. All right. That's over with. I know it is, Blade of all. God damn it. Ah! Okay. Let's do it. Get some buffs going. That was astonishingly cruel, too. Like, just what the hell, dude? Let Blade Travell take chains here. Yeah, you notice I am behind him. Valerian over there is taking the front, as is his wont. I've noticed a lot of these bosses have cones. Like, that's just kind of become a new norm lately. Whoop, whoop. Surround him a bit better there. There we go. sometimes wonder if I should have gone with axe, like so many things recommend. Big old two-handed axe, you know? I'm sure it would have upped my deeps, but I'm not sure what it would do to my survival. Ding. Ugh. How could you possibly? Are you capable of transcending? No. It can't be done. No one can reach Final Fantasy XIV. I refuse to believe it. You will be stuck here in Vana'diel forever. This is my dominion. Its very existence proof I have broken the cycle, and I have come to release all the souls wandering aimlessly in the dark. But it's not enough. Remnants of my human form continue to stand in my way. My sole means to success is ridding myself of all vestiges of humanity. This vile husk restrains me. Must shed this skin and abandon the frailty of mankind. That's like the 4th time you've said the same thing. Come on, dude. Get on with it. With this power, the realm will never be reborn! Yes! No more game MMOs! Only MMO. Lost and longing, forever bereft of joy and happiness! An endless grinding slog before being told to wait an in-game day for the next quest! Ah! Eek. My wish. Desire soul. The end. What is he, Lorerunner? His neck is so powerful. And Lorerunner's like, I've got this. Flex. There you are. Mortimer even flat out said we'd need you for the final battle. Dragon to the face. Hi! The two of you are safe. Theodore? Stand, princess. Now is not the time to falter. Dragon fight. They were like, you know what? We've got a little bit of animation budget left. Screw it. God, face blast right to the face. A little 1 pops up. Sajaka! No! I cannot move. Alright, you little snot. I've put up with your garbage long enough. Nice heels, by the way. Does this face look familiar to you? All those years ago, I followed you until I saw the light. It is me, Hades, Theodore. Never did I think to stand in front of your visage once more. I can only hope my words will reach the bottom of whatever hearts you have left. In your misguided quest to banish darkness, you became enthralled by the very thing you sought to destroy. Awaken from your nightmare. Come, gather at my light. I like the idea that he has actually gone one-winged angel. The concept. For those of you who don't remember, a lot of people misuse that phrase. The term one-winged angel refers to when someone has basically given up. They no longer are trying to succeed. They're no longer trying to win. They've probably already lost. Instead, they're sacrificing their goals, their self, their energy, their life, whatever, to empower themselves temporarily to kill you. That is a proper one-winged angel moment. You no longer possess a single drop of self-awareness. I once pledged myself to you, and out of a sense of duty, I will give you the sweet release you always craved. Because I was always dwarven from the very beginning. Yeah, exactly. They overclocked to their self-detriment. That's exactly what a one-winged angel moment is. It doesn't even have to be fantastical. There have been one-winged angel moments in like mundane settings as well. In fact, it's kind of common. You know that meme everyone knows about? Everyone! Kind of a similar thing there. It does, Ulto. Although they do it well enough, often enough, that I don't mind. Well, let's get Joaquin here. He'll help. Okay. Target Hades. Waiting for something to cast. I don't know what RCL is doing over there. Okay, she's done casting. And let's get some buffs going, shall we? Yeah. If I go down, I'm taking you with me. Sometimes they literally say that. And since we won't have a fight for a hot minute, I'm gonna blow Mighty Strikes. Ooh, ow. Game. There we go. Actually, yeah, that's another one. Palpatine going after Vader out of just basically petty revenge. Could have saved himself. Didn't bother. Reverse one-winged angels are much more interesting to me, but much more rare in video games. Apparently it's a really common anime trope. I wouldn't speak to that, obviously. Oh yeah, the final fate in Blade Runner totally counts. I mean, you know my favorite reverse one-winged angel moment. Twilight Princess. For those of you who are aware, the reverse Twilight, the reverse One-Winged Angel moment is when you start trying. You know, you start off and be like, "Mwahaha, big, bad, powerful." But then you start taking the fight seriously. Usually involves you becoming less of a giant monster and more of a person. Again, like in Twilight Princess. What in the world is doing this to me? Petrification. Cool. Yeah, Ocarina of Time is a straight-up One-Winged Angel. He has given up on all his plans to kill you. Twilight Princess is the reverse One-Winged Angel. He has started taking you more and more seriously because you are worthy of his time. Sorry, my hands are actually on my bar because I'm actually using abilities frequently enough. I had to try on that fight. My god. Yeah, being petrified for 20 seconds didn't help anything. Tears of the Kingdom is another perfect One-Winged Angel moment. He flat out knows he's going to lose his mind doing it. He doesn't care. Okay, so we're going to push a little bit further because I want to hit the day timer. But can I just say, GG! GG no re. Unless I have to fight him again for Rhapsodies, which at this point wouldn't surprise me. A battle for the ages. Sajaka. Oh, absolutely, Kira White Noise. In fact, Superman, every time he has to really try, he does, in fact, go reverse One-Winged Angel. When he fought the Elite is another example of that. I cannot allow the dead to rot here. No, something is not right. Torment. Reverse. Darkness. So what is this giant facility again? I know. Mysteries. I'm also a little bit confused on the specific timeline, but I have a feeling I'm never getting the answers at this part. You've fallen so far. Can that even be called an existence? There is naught else to do. Because, like, Hades was already here in this fortress, sealed away, when the king found him, I think. But also, they specifically mention a couple of 1,000 years and 500 years for the same events happening, and honestly, I don't think that's on purpose. Mother, bring your power to this land once more. 8 symbol. Cleanse it of impurity. 8 symbol. Let Orthocene shine bright. 8 symbol. Like the breath of the Holy Dragoon himself, 8 symbol. Speaking of Dragoons, Jesus. It's pretty common, yeah, push-ups. Usually very cool, too. Amusingly, Kingdom Hearts 2 also has a reverse One-Winged Angel moment. The final boss is when Xemnas takes you seriously, and you're just fighting him, the guy. In death, a miracle. Rosalicia? Rosalasha? August? You mean, but that's impossible. Queen Rosalasha. After that, the very, 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 very last fight push-ups is just the dude, remember? I mean, I wouldn't blame you if you forgot. It's like a 6-phase fight. Without the aid of these gifted individuals, the World Tree would not have come to thrive once more. I can feel their spirits drifting around, sealed here with the others within this domain. At least for now. But this one here not only has his spirit fallen prey, but his body as well. Then I shall intervene. Just as the noble one from the brink of death, so too shall I breathe life into the new Darukti. Oh, it's a great fight off the deep end. Be it salvation or curse, I know not. The World Tree oversees all life. Let me lend them but a fraction of her vitality. Grant them your bounty that they might find strength to overcome. I was going to say, Vampire Tiger actually sounds kind of cool. What a Vanadiel. I thought I'd... Morimer, Darkulin. Ugh. Where in the Turris? Morimer, please forgive us. If only I hadn't come in the first place. You would have... Huh? My head's filled with fog, Princess. You're going to have to be a little bit clearer. I, too, am at a loss. Finally have your eyes open to think my own general would be caught napping. That's an interesting detail, Victable. And kind of lines up with the whole Gilgamesh thing. What? August, how could it be? Good Morimer, you have done Ulbuka a service these long years. And you, young cub, are the very image of your honored father. Yeah, so, by the way... King August. Yes, none know better than I, Rosalasha. Our respite is but a brief one. Theodore, what's going on? The gate connecting these two worlds is unstable. Tartarus threatens to consume this entire place. Then we'll get sucked in too. We had worked to seal the magic within, yet... My friends, my posterity, ere long this entire edifice will vanish. I bid you, flee! Sajaka, take wing, as you command, my liege. We are counting on you. Wait, what about the two of you? Think not our lives forfeit. It'll be yet another sacrifice to shelter Adolin. People don't swear fealty to a king swears fealty to his people. You don't have to do this alone. Dear child, you bring a smile to my face. But this task is not for you. Generations have passed since I last walked this land, yet I cannot count how many. all who served the nation in life. There's not left in this world for me. My beloved wife long departed, our scions long taken up their inheritance. For your deep green eyes and hair of silver pure, our daughter looked much the same. It was with heavy heart I witnessed the years of trials faced by our nation, yet seeing you this day eased my burden. My name is Arciela. A beautiful name for a young woman of so fair a face. You have an older brother, Ignis, was it not? The man's stubbornness rivals my own. Unless you ask, yes, that was my doing. He's a scrappy one, and the curse that bound him is no more. His path is now his own to walk. And you, too, may you find your long lives the serenity that we did not. My knight, most true. Ulbuka continues to need your service. I'd not have it any other way. Enough at the royal fiats. Sejaki, your time is now. We shall not meet again in this time. Watch over my people always. Yes, your majesty. You have protected my descendants, nay, the entirety of my nation, and followed our call to this very spot. You leave miracles in your wake. Yggdrasil reborn, Sejaka whole, and by the grace of Altana you stand before us today. Your star shines brighter than any. Pray, tell me your name. Oh, I'm torn. Should I tell him my name, or say I am but a humble man? I like both of those options. Alright, I'll say Laura. A good name it is. I'll remember it, even in times of darkness. The rest is up to us. Hades, the time for you to enter eternal slumber has arrived. And by my hands it ends. See, I can be any class. Any class. He turns into a dancer. I compel you. Be gone. Why? What? Why do you intervene, my old friend? August, I cannot. Though I severed all ties, and no matter how much I loathe him, and shall continue to despise him for all time, I cannot allow you to extinguish the small fire he awakened in my heart when we first met. You see, I love him! Please, allow me this one indulgence. I cannot allow him to remain. Then let me stay here with you. Have you taken leave of your senses? No. Then I shall respect your will. Centuries have done little to change you, old friend. But know this, as long as you decide to remain with me, I will have you fight by my side. That goes without saying. You remain ever a man of mystery, Theodore. I can't wait to see more of this story unfold in the PAX content, which doesn't exist. Go. There is little time left. The two of us will be able to prevent a calamity from occurring, though it will take some time. The two of you? There's another who stands proudly with you. Ah, Queen Rosalasha, your aid would be a boon. We take our leave. Cling to my wings, seekers of Adelaide. Hey! Roll credits! And your majesty, I bid you farewell. May the end of times bring us together once more. We get back, and the politicians are like, yeah, everything you just said is a lie. You're under arrest for wearing the wrong hairpiece. And then I just walk up, bam, right across the jaw. All those many years ago, we pledged that our deaths would serve a greater purpose. That oath takes form at last. Come, friends. That's true, Giga. And then they died. So I know I said I was going to go to the day wait, but honestly, this is already taking forever, and apparently we have a lot of cutscenes still. You notice we're not even out of these cutscenes, so I think we're going to cut off after, you know, I get control back. Which I know is immediately before a day wait, but whatever. This is taking too long as is. Like, it's way past my cutoff point. Is this light from the World Tree? We passed over it as we fled, its power made manifest. These golden shimmers will bring new life to this weary land. The Rosa Lascious pulled through for us. We owe her and those other two a huge debt. That we do. Princess Lore Runner, you sure pulled through when we needed you. Sorry I couldn't be standing by your side. No, what you did was more than enough. The rest of you are real stars. The Iron Fist of Hades is gone at last. And those of us who've seen it from the start to finish know more than any how much this means to us. Thank you. Yep, he's dead and gone forever and never, ever, ever, ever coming back. Of course, don't expect things to be all smiles and rainbows. Remember, you still got politicians to deal with. That's right. I'm going to execute all of them and reestablish an absolute monarchy. That way we'll never deal with corrupt politicians again. I like that idea, Princess. That's how we used to do things in my day. Alright, bye. Don't forget, if any of those politicians give you lip, sick your dragon on them. Alright, the politicians are waiting for us. Smile. And scene.